looking for because I signed up for Indeed. Yeah, you're gonna get a lot. Fun. Marcus, that's my Christmas present to you.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order this December meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Ms. Johnson, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Johnson?
Here.
Mrs. Kirby?
Here.
Mrs. Hairston?
Here.
Dr. Hicks?
Here.
Mr. Hill?
Here.
Mr. Leamy? Dr. Mealy?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Do we have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the agenda as presented.
Okay. We have a motion by Dr. Mealy to approve the agenda as presented. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Dr. Hicks. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the agenda is approved as presented. Do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into closed session pursuant to the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3711A1, to discuss the assignment, appointment, performance, disciplining, and release of contract for specific school board employees.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Kirby to go into closed session. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any discussion? Call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The school board will now proceed into closed session. also good for me.
Singing loud and clear if you have a good voice. Scratchy throat.
Okay. All right, we are back with the live feed now, so do we have a motion to come out of closed session?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we come out of closed session.
Dr. Neely makes a motion to come out of closed session. Closed session, do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Kirby. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? This board is now out of closed session. Ms. Johnson, would you please certify the closed meeting?
Whereas the Bedford County School Board has convened a closed meeting on this pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and where Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Bedford County School Board hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which the certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. So, moving into staff reports. This has to be record time. Item 3.01, membership forecast. Mr. Blankenship.
Thank you. I want to give a little brief history on the last couple of years, because there was a press release that came out from the Board of Education about the state numbers, and they had gone down 45,000 students between 2019-20 and 2021. That number, just looking at it, I haven't seen a press release about what the state numbers look like this year, but I did go in and look at it, and it appears that they did not drop as much from 2021 to 2021 to 2021-22. So this past fall, the state numbers were down about 1,300 students, so just a small, slight decrease. Now, back when the pandemic happened, there was some speculation that people held their kindergartners back, and we'd see a larger kindergarten class coming in this fall. And it did come up, but not as much as was expected. So in the state, kindergarten went up about 6,400 students in the state. In our division, the membership fell or decreased 346 full-time students in grades K through 12 between 2019-20 and 2020-21. That was about a 3.7% decrease. And then this from 2020-21, the fall of 2020, to the fall of 2021, we went down another 210 students. That was a 2.3% decrease. So on your report, you can see in the table 1 kind of a historical look at the school years from 2017 through 2021. That's the actual numbers that were reported to the state on September 30th each year. And then table 2 shows the projections or the forecasted fall membership for the next 5 years. And as you see there, we're projected to go down slightly, not as much as in past years. You can see the number for next fall looks like 8787, so 8,787 students, and then over the course of the 5 years going down 238 lower over the next 5 years, and that's about a 2.7% decrease over 5 years. The figure 1 kind of just shows it on a line graph, how our enrollment has gone down from over 9,500 students going down each year, and continuing to go down, but at least at a slightly less steep curve there, or decrease. I'm going to move over to page 2 on table 3 and just go over a couple things there. This will show you the numbers by grade, and a couple things. Next school year, I'm projecting a larger kindergarten class of 715. If you look there, that's really the only 700 number there for kindergarten. That comes from our Virginia Health Statistics page, and what I've found over the years of doing this is that those numbers for kindergarten or for births in Virginia are pretty accurate in terms of how many we should expect. So you can look it up and see how many kids were born to parents in Bedford County, and then about 5 years later, we're starting to see them in kindergarten. So that number has been pretty steady. I think this year we were only about, 3 or 4 kids off from what we projected to what we actually had in kindergarten. So feel pretty good about that number. That would help out some with some of the loss and having a nice, robust kindergarten class coming in. And then the other thing on this chart, our table I wanted to show is, if you look across, you don't see many classes, grade levels that are over 700 anymore. And I just, for curiosity, looked back in 2010 and 11 at the numbers. And all of our classes back then were over 700 students, all of our grade levels. And in grades 7 through 12, all but one were over 800 students. So that just shows you how it's gone down over the years. You can see in this chart now that this is probably something that's going to continue. Hopefully not as much as it has been over the last 10 or 12 years. So the figure 2 shows our actual projected forecast along with a 1% range of variance each year. So you can see there that if we do see some increase of 1% each year, we may actually see a slight increase. But if it's worse, we could see a steeper decrease. So I'll move into the zones, and the first zone is the forest zone. That zone actually, over the last year, we had a pretty significant, I would say, decrease, of 127 students from fall of 2020 to fall of 2021. That's about a 3.2% decrease. This zone, though, is projected to stay about at that level, and actually, you see it's a little bit slight 3-student increase next year, but over the next 5 years, really not much of a decrease there. Some of that has to do with growth in the area, but that's going to be captured over time. You can see there we have the same things in table 6 as we had for the whole division in terms of the numbers for each grade level and the total numbers, along with a range there on the line graph in figure 3. Now, Liberty Zone actually looks better in terms of loss over the course of the time. We did lose 49 students over that 1 year from 2020 to 2021, about a 2% decrease. But over the next 5 years, we're only looking at projecting for 37 student decrease over the next 5 years. So that one is probably going to stay pretty level, I hope. Stand River Zone, we had, I think, projected this one to, over the years, they've been losing a lot of kids in this zone. Over the 1 year period, they did lose 34 students, which was not as many as maybe we thought. But if you look at it over the 5 years, there's 157 lower from current to 2026, 27. And that's going to be, if my math's right, 5.8% decrease over time. So that could be the zone that we lose more percentage of students in that zone. I want to move on to the table 13, which is on page 6. And that table shows each school and their projected enrollment, and the grade levels are included there. As you can see, some of these are just about where they were last year, and there's some that have gone up or down. One in particular that I wanted to talk about, and the capacity information is on the next page, on page 7, table 18. One in particular that I want to talk about that actually showed quite a bit of an increase as far as the elementary school. That school actually had, we projected them to have 351 students, and I'm sorry, we projected them to have 318 students, and they actually had 351 students. So that was 33 over projection for this year, which raised them to a 92% capacity. For next school year, we're projecting 358, which will be that 92% capacity. And we feel like that's reason we need to close that school down to zone transfers and non-resident students. And we've already had Boonesboro and New London closed to zone transfers. And of course, the policy for zone transfers was just in the last year or so updated to include siblings in that as an exception for siblings whose kids are already there. So we would recommend that those 3 schools be the ones that are closed to zone transfers and non-resident students, just because of capacity. And if you look there, you can see the percent capacity for those are all over 85% capacity, which would put them in a kind of a tight squeeze there. The development in Forest is right there next to the Forest Elementary School, and we feel like over the next couple of years, that's going to really put some pressure on that school in terms of students. I think in the next probably 3 to 5 years, you're going to see them at 100% capacity. And that is all I have on that, but I will take any questions that you have at this time.
Ms. Kirby?
Now, when you're talking about Forest Elementary, Boonesboro Elementary, New London Academy being so close to capacity, am I correct in remembering that these numbers don't include your pre-K and your Head Start programs?
That's correct, they do not. This is all K through 5. So some of these schools, TJ would have a preschool, New London would have some.
How many are you looking at in those programs? That's going to bump your numbers way up.
I don't know that we have those, do you have those numbers? I don't have those numbers, but it would be, I think, a couple of classrooms probably for both of those two. Forest Elementary really does not have anything in there. Boonesboro does not either.
Huddleston does, all right.
Yes, they did. Does Huddleston still have a preschool?
They have a PPI, yeah.
The Head Start's not there anymore, though. So to answer your question, yes, that does put some more students in the school.
And how close, I can drive it and I can picture it in my mind. How close are TJ and Forest to each other?
Mile and a half, maybe.
Yeah. And TJ's only at 77%, which is still up, but.
I think it was probably 6 years ago that we did some redistricting in that zone with Forest Elementary, Thomas Jefferson, and Boonesboro to kind of alleviate some of the pressure there. Which we did, that was in the Lake Vista area and the Grays Mill Road area and back Cotton Down Road area that we changed some lines around, which helped out some. And at that time, actually, Thomas Jefferson had more students, but their numbers have gone down some in terms of the overall at the school.
Well, I know several years ago, we'd asked about redistricting several things, and you've run some numbers for us. But those were just high school based at that time, weren't they? Or did they include elementary schools?
I don't think that was middle and high school, maybe.
Middle and high school?
Yeah, and I think that was probably around the time we were talking about renovating the middle schools and what to do with those.
Right.
We did have an elementary study done by an independent contractor, and that is still out there in terms of space and some suggestions on that, but that's the only thing that I know of in the last few years.
Don't wait.
Oh, okay.
I'm still thinking.
So we can come back.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I need to again.
Sounds good. Ms. Harrison?
I think it's my turn.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Blankenship, thank you for the data. It was quite an eye-opener for me as I looked at these schools. Forest Elementary School really stood out to me, okay? At a 92% capacity. I'm curious, do we have combination classes at Forest Elementary?
Not to my knowledge, no.
We do not. Okay. So can someone tell me what the class ratio is in terms of classroom numbers? What's the,
I'd have to look it up. I don't have it.
could someone maybe at some point let me know?
I'll take some notes here and make sure.
Okay.
Are you asking just for Forest Elementary?
Actually, let's take those 3 schools, okay? I think that would be good to kind of take a look at that class ratio and size there. This is all new to me, you know, so I'm just kind of looking at the data, and when I looked at the report, a couple of things stood out. Certainly the capacity. And then, of course, it sparked a thought in my mind that as a board, we're certainly going to need to look at resolving this issue. And it seems to me that one way in which to resolve it is to certainly look at how we can lower the capacity numbers, particularly at Forest Elementary School, and maybe take a look at rerouting, making some changes there. That probably is going to involve transportation and getting some feedback from them. So really, in a nutshell, what I'm asking for is some data. I'd like to know what that would look like in terms of moving some of these children to other schools, and where would those schools be? I would think you would look at those schools with a smaller capacity, perhaps. I do want it to be known and stated that I have always been an advocate for small schools. I certainly don't want to see us eliminate any of our schools. I think that's one of the perks that we have, one of the things that sets Bedford County apart from other schools, and it's very attractive to outsiders and to our parents and people who are looking at moving into Bedford. They like the fact that we have smaller schools. I think it certainly is one of our trademarks. So I don't want to see that go. But I do think that this is doable. So I'm asking if the team could take a look at how we could potentially look at other schools and rerouting. That was a lot.
I'll add that I think that in the past when we've done that, what we've had to do is look at basically our current students that live in these zones and give you information of how many students live in this subdivision that maybe we could move somewhere else. Now, that doesn't mean that they will move,
Right.
but that just is the only way. We don't have these, I don't know how many younger siblings they might have at home that would be coming or going to another school, but as these housing starts begin, think we can use, we have a multiplier that we use to kind of project how many kids are coming in. And that's what we did with this development, Weston Village is the one we were talking about right next to the elementary school in Forest. And it showed us that our multiplier was, if anything, a little low. So we're thinking that we are probably definitely going to get these kids in to that school. But in terms of giving you the correct data that you were looking for, I think all we can do is give you what we currently know in terms of where these kids are, and then decisions have to be made whether or not they would be moved or grandfathered in or whatever. So that's kind of the thing that we've done in the past, and I
Okay,
think that's what we'll have to give you.
that's sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Blankenship.
Other questions? Mr. Hill?
Mr. Blankenship, you mentioned that we lost 346 K through 12 students.
Yes.
Can you tell us where they went?
I have a little bit of that data. So we had, looking at withdrawals, and of course, some of that is offset by new students coming in. So the withdrawals, kind of looked at it from a period of, from first day of school, because a lot of these kids that withdraw this summer, the date that goes in is the first day of school. So we had quite a few that were withdrawn from, say, June through to the 1st of August. We had 157 that went to private schools. 101 of those were summertime withdrawals up to day one. And then 56 withdrew after school started. The big private schools that had received a lot of kids were LCA, LU Online Academy, and Smith Mountain Lake Christian. In addition, there were some other smaller schools, New Covenant, there was some in Roanoke, but those were kind of smaller numbers. I think, like 52 students went to LCA. In addition, homeschool numbers increased. I think it was 228 that I counted today that went to homeschool. 92 of those were over the summer up until that day one. So they sent the paperwork in and were drawn. And then from day one to the report that I did was ending on December 2nd, there was 136 students that went homeschooled from beginning of school to December 2nd. And that's the extent of what I have right now. I can look into it further if you need more information, but.
Mr. Blankenship, too, the graduating, another large number of drops is that the graduating group of seniors was that our last group of around 800?
It was a large senior class.
A large senior class, and the incoming kindergarten class was much smaller. So there was probably 150 plus student differential or so there, just right off the top.
Other questions? Ms. Kirby, anyone come to you? It did, didn't it?
Yeah, but it was already left. How far is Boonesboro from Big Island?
As the crow flies, not very far. Roads are winding.
501 and roads, but just
Yeah.
seriously.
I'm guessing from where the elementary is located on 122, it's probably 10 or 12 miles. And that's a guess. I don't have precise, but it's probably pretty close.
Were you here the last time we talked about busing kids across the mountain to Big Island?
Yeah.
That was fun. That was a fun conversation.
Yeah, I remember.
So, Mr. Blankenship, how many students do we have that have gone out on religious exemptions in the last year?
We have Well, religious exemptions is kind of cumulative, so
Okay.
we have, I think the report was 174 when we turned it in this fall. So, in addition to, I think we had around 1,300 homeschool, and then the religious exemptions were around 174 for that. So.
Any other questions for Mr. Blankenship? No? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful Christmas. All right, item 3.02. A lot of us have been waiting a very long time for. Auditorium study, Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. I'll say very little about this other than to introduce it by saying that during our last review of the capital improvement plan, board members asked for additional information beyond just really high-level speculation about what it would take for feasibility and cost estimates to improve the auditoriums at Stanton River High School and Liberty High School. And so the board agreed to allow us to study that in more depth. So what we did is we called Dominion 7 architects who worked with us closely to help answer those questions. And so Jason Berger is here today from Dominion 7 to present their findings about the feasibility and cost estimates for improvements to both schools, both Liberty and Stanton River's auditorium. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, and good evening, Board Chairman. Thank you guys for having Dominion representative here, Dominion 7 architect. As Dr. Lewis said, my name is Jason Berger. I am an architect / project manager with Dominion 7 Architects. If I could just take a moment for those who are not familiar with Dominion 7 Architects. Pretty rich history here locally, roots back to 1945. And I consider us a hometown firm, a small firm, 5 people total, but that brings a lot of advantages. Some past work with Bedford County Public Schools goes back to mid-90s is when we had our first monumental project with Stanton River High School and Stanton River Middle School doing the renovations there. And through the years on other various projects, something more current. The past calendar year, we've done 4 different projects from Stanton River Middle School, paint delamination, and looked at the Stanton River High School and Liberty High School canopies, the exterior walkway canopies, feasibility study there. And now, as of today, we're working with Dr. Dewis and Charles Santor at the school board office administration building, looking at doing renovations there, and then a roofing project as well. So we have a rich history with Bedford County Public Schools, and obviously here today have a professional interest in Bedford County, but also a personal interest as well. I have 2 little girls, my wife and I, who attend Forest Elementary School, 3rd grader in Miss Shute's class, and then a 1st grader in Miss Hart's class, and wishing her the best in her recovery as I'm going through what she's gone through recently. So why am I here tonight? Back in March, as Dr. Dewis alluded to, you guys retained Dominion 7 Architects to do a feasibility study on Stanton River High School and Liberty High School auditorium buildings. And specifically what that means is we first looked at the existing conditions, did an assessment there of what you guys have and some positive points and then some where some shortcomings were. Did programming and spatial needs assessment, basically cataloged the different spaces that were there and the areas that they took up and the uses of those areas. And from there, that gave us a wish list and then developed some conceptual options. And with those options, several different varieties, we were able to put a price tag, some numbers, probable cost, opinions of probable cost, as well as a schedule. And so come August of this year, we delivered a report to Dr. Lewis. And between the 2 schools, each report was close to 100 pages each, so very detailed and thorough. And so that's my job tonight, is try to boil that down to a handful of slides. So bear with me as we try to trudge through the data. And to try to capture all the different pieces and parts here. So just to give some orientation or perspective, I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with the campuses at each school. This is Liberty High School here. You can see the highlighted building in the campus. That's the auditorium there and the surrounding buildings. Take a little closer look to the auditorium building itself. You can see the different spaces and how they are laid out. And you can see the stats up there at the top, how many seats the auditorium has, 827 the year that it was constructed. Both buildings were constructed essentially in the same year or period, maybe a few months here or there. And then overall size of the school was, pushing 18,000 square feet. And the big components, obviously the largest one that you'll first note is the auditorium and the associated stage, and then the band and the chorus room associated on either side there. This type of building is pretty efficient, not a lot of circulation, just big building blocks and oriented and such. And then in comparison, we have here Stanton River High School and the campus and the associated surrounding building. And the floor plan as well. Smaller auditorium, close to 550 seats, 10,000 square foot building as a whole. And you can kind of see it's definitely more compact, more compressed, not as many spaces there. So that's what we have to deal with as far as the existing conditions. Our next step was to take those existing conditions and compare them to the Department of Education minimum requirements. And then the far column on the right is just the wish list that was provided to us. And not going into too much detail, but just working our way down from band and orchestra. The target was 60 students, and the VDOE, they kind of give you a program of 20 square foot per student. And then you have storage and associated circulation. So if you do the math, the numbers aren't like a square foot per student. You're not going to get exact numbers. You got to add the circulation and engrossing factor, so that's where we are. We ended up, the request was a band room, 2,500 square feet, with some office space, some individual practice rooms, storage, obviously, a maintenance space for the maintaining the instruments, and the final square footage close to 5,000 square feet for that component. And moving down to the chorus room, you can see the existing facility on the left there, and then the target here was 50 students, and the VDOE gives you a rule of thumb of 15 square feet per student, plus storage and circulation as well. The wish list gave us a target to try to have a minimum of 1,800 square foot for the chorus room. This also includes practice rooms and storage. And then into the drama and theater. One item to note here for Liberty and Stanton River both, they don't actually have this space currently. You'll see at the Stanton River there's a small square footage allocated. That's just basically an office that was there. And you see the Department of Education minimum requirements. And then what the wish list ended up being for drama, a black box theater, storage, and circulation. And the dance program, not that both schools have a current dance program, but they could be, that would share the space when the time is right. The auditorium, the biggest piece of the pie here. You can see that indicated in the pie chart. The Department of Education gives a guideline of, between 3,000 and 5,000 square foot. We're shooting for 700 to 800 seats in the proposed auditorium and a 4,000 square foot stage. Ancillary functions including AV booth, a ticket office, dressing room, storage, and toilets. And then the last line item is the facility support. That would be toilets, that would be mechanical, electrical, plumbing spaces, fire protection spaces, IT, communications, just the parts that help the building run. And so the number that we came up with at the bottom line is close to 28,000 square feet. And we're proposing the same for both schools, and just to give a rule of thumb. One last item to note on this slide would be in Stanton River, they don't have a separate band or chorus room, they're shared. And whether that's a good thing or a negative thing, it's just the fact of the matter. But for the new proposed, the wish list, we would propose to have a separate space for each. So that's what we want. Let's talk about real quick what we have. This is a chart indicating lifespans of typical buildings. Where you see at the top, the stuff, the furniture, the stuff in the building that typically has a lifespan of 2.5 years for some of the stuff. Granted, usually ends up not being in service a lot longer than that. The space plan, what I mean by space plan, is just the organization within the building, the way the building is used and partitioned and broken up. Typically has a programmatic lifespan of 10 years. Services, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, what I referenced before, has a lifespan of 30 years. The structure itself, 100 years. The skin, 50 years. The site, the longest of all the group, 320 years. But you can see that vertical red line, that's where we are on the timeline currently with both buildings. Pushing, 60 years old almost. So we definitely have fulfilled our lifespan. In the design industry, in the architectural industry, if a building meets 50 years, it's considered a success. So we're beyond that for both structures. The last major renovation for each school auditorium, Liberty had a pretty big renovation back in 2002. Included a lot of heavy mechanical, electrical, plumbing work, some partitioning, some accessibility upgrades. Not as major of a renovation happened at Stanton River, that was in 2015. That concentrated mainly on accessibility upgrades in the toilet rooms and so on. So what are some of the downfalls? And you could ask 10 different people, probably get 10 different answers, but this is just a quick summary per school. One, top of the list here is maybe not the most important, but at the top of this list, the AV, equipment and capabilities. One thing that was requested specifically is how to equip the auditorium per se with equipment and functionality to host a meeting such as this. A public meeting that has the ability to have a sound system, a video capture system, and broadcast system. Which now, from my understanding, if this were to happen, we would have to set it up prior to the meeting, obviously, get the equipment, and then possibly interrupt the current functions of the school and the students. So what we could do to implement a more permanent system. Sticking with Liberty on the left, if anybody's walked into that auditorium, the slope of the floor, if you're walking from the top down to the stage, is broken into thirds, 3 sections. That first section is very steep, even in a dry condition. I was doing my field work measuring there, and you can almost slip and slide and trip. Specifically, from what the code minimum requires, it exceeds the code minimum by 30%. So even someone who doesn't have a disability, it's a dangerous condition there. The HVAC mezzanine access, you can see the picture on the far left. In order to access any of the HVAC equipment, that's the situation that needs to be negotiated. Wooden ladder to get up to a platform to do any kind of maintenance or access the equipment up there. The accessible route through the building, there's no accessible route to get to the stage itself, other than you can see a picture of a motorized lift at the bottom of that staircase. It's a solution, it's probably not the most ideal solution, but it works for now. Plumbing fixture count, we are short a couple of fixtures in each school to meet the code minimum requirements that are current. And let me just make a clarification. There's many buildings out here that don't meet code minimum requirements now, and they're grandfathered in, and you're not going to be required to change them. But just getting a baseline compared to what code requires now, if this were a new building. And so at Liberty, we're short by 2 female toilets. We need 2 more female toilets to meet the use of the building. Fire extinguishers, where the travel distance was not properly met for where they were placed. And then also movement of large equipment, that goes back to the route through the building, not great circulation there. Transitioning to the Stan River, some of the same AV comments can be made there. You'll see the picture of the brick, and I'm not sure if you can see it at this scale, but the mortar joints between the bricks are failing. They're popping out, degrading, delaminating, and that's causing water getting into the building. Also some structural weakening as well. Water intrusion itself, the way the grade, the slope of the grade works around the building, you can see the one door at the bottom right. Water just wants to come down there, and there's not proper drainage in the grade or an inlet to catch the water. So from what I'm told, on heavy rains, water comes into the building pretty heavily. Plumbing fixture count, same thing. Here at Stan River, we are short 2 female water toilets and 1 male water closet. And the fire extinguishers, the distance that they currently were at the time of the field work, just additional fixtures are needed to meet the code minimum requirements here. So you now know the wish list and some of the deficiencies. Let's talk about how some of this could be rectified. Start with Liberty. This is, if there's a more simple situation, this would Liberty is it compared to Stan River. First option is looking at new construction. Probably the easiest, I don't want to say easiest, but the more straightforward solution is just to eliminate the existing building and build back in its place. You'll notice the 27,770 square foot figure there in the middle of the red shape. That was pulled from the space needs assessment. This is intended to be conceptual in nature. All these concepts are. Meaning that from a very high level, this is just the size of the building block that will be needed. No design has been done. And still a lot of things that need to be worked out, but this just gives you a proof of concept. So with new constructions, you're not limited to some of the existing conditions, some of the existing utilities or the existing structure. Some of the disadvantages, it could be more costly. Yeah, you need to find a swing space for when construction is going on. But it does provide a clean slate. It does allow you to get all the wish list items in. Looking at a different option for Liberty High School is a renovation addition option. That's keeping the existing footprint, but then just adding on to it. You can see the red areas are the areas that are the addition and how the different spaces relate to the existing spaces. We're proposing a new lobby on the front side, toilets that would serve the lobby on the bottom of the plan. On the top of the plan, the north side, plan north that is, expanding the existing band room to accommodate the band and chorus room, and then taking the existing chorus room and turning it into a black box theater. And then towards the rear of the building, the back of the stage and the service area, just expanding that for dressing rooms and additional storage. The problem with doing an addition is obviously you have to interface with the old and trying to find that balance of the old and the new and how they mesh together. In any of these options, addition or renovation, you see the new footprint of the red area, but we're still assuming that all of the building would be refreshed, repainted, new fixtures, new furnishings. So it would hopefully feel like a new building at the end. New seating in the auditorium, lighting, the whole 9 yards. And then so if we're working from the top down, this would be the least intrusive option, and that's working in the confines of what is currently there. And it's just kind of shuffling the existing deck of cards, it's moving spaces here and there, trying to do the best that we can with the confines that we're working in. And we're just adding some storage, adding some dressing rooms, modifying the existing drama room, or excuse me, the existing chorus room and making a black box theater, getting rid of the tiered floor configuration and making it more of an even playing field, a flat floor or a single level floor. And transition to Stanton River, as I mentioned earlier. This is probably the more difficult of the two sites, the two schools. Kind of working from the top down again, brand new construction, demolishing the existing structure and going back brand new. And you can kind of see getting that 28,000 square foot shape into this existing campus and this existing home. It's not ideal. I don't know if the graphic that you guys can see, there's a small little building at the top of the left of the plan. That's the boiler room. The boiler plant is basically the utility hub of the campus. And we're getting mighty close to that, and interfering or doing some relocations of that would be very cost prohibitive, I would assume. Again, with all things considered, with unlimited budget, sure, we could negotiate those items, but might not be the best solution. An alternative, rather than building exactly in the same spot, is find a new home within the campus or on the campus. Again, there's probably no super ideal place, but here's one option: is taking part of the parking lot between the middle school and the high school. There's advantages there. The parking lot's relatively good building pad, but then you have to find a home for replacing the parking. And then begs the question: what do you do with the vacancy that you took away from the existing auditorium? And you could possibly have an outdoor classroom, some green space. Again, probably it is the most costly of the three options, but maybe it's the better of the three. As we looked at Liberty, this is an option of just taking the existing footprint and growing and expanding it. Similar concepts, where we would add a lobby and toilets to the front of the building, and then pushing out on the north side, adding a new band and chorus room. Again, being shared, just due to the confined constraints, a shared space. And then other similar spaces, we would take the existing band and chorus room and transform that into the Black Box Theater. And then have mechanical space and storage on the south side. And last but not least, here at Stanton River is trying to work within the existing quote-unquote four walls. And this is a tough solution to try to not comprehend, but palate, if you will, because it doesn't gain you a whole lot. It's the existing confines. It just doesn't work in the grand scheme of things. You don't get the bang for your buck as you would in the previous options. So the bottom line, this is where we all probably are the most curious. What are some of these ideas or options and proposed ideas cost? And for each option, I won't go through every single number, but you'll see the construction cost at the top, and then the other cost, the next other cost, the subtotal there. And that's for anything that's not brick and mortar. The construction costs cover the actual tangible pieces of construction. Other costs would be what we call soft costs, design fees. It would be if the furniture package is not included in the hard costs. It could be technology piece as well. If anything that's not necessarily building related. And then you add those up, and due to the conceptual nature of where we are in the stage of the game, we're recommending a 20% contingency just with the volatility of the construction market and the economy. We're hesitant to put anything less than that on for the contingency. And then you can see where it all rolls down to option one being a little over 12 million. Option two, 7.5, a little bit north of 7.5, and option three, the less of the 3, being 4.5 million. In comparison to Stanton River, similar numbers. One note is option two. You'll see the 11.9 million number there. But then you also have to add that lower box of what would a new parking lot look like and how much would that cost? And then if the consensus was to pursue an outdoor classroom, added a figure for that. So those would need to be rolled into the number above. And then option 3, you see, is 5.8, and then last but not least, which we mentioned, we probably would not recommend option 4 at 2.7. The last task of what we were tasked with is providing a schedule and acknowledging lead times and the way things are. This is again kind of a dark throw, but anywhere new construction 21 months, a year and a half for the renovation addition, and then over a year for just the renovation portion. So with that, I'll open it up to questions. I know that was a lot of information at once, and again, anything more specific can be shared in the full report, but I'll do my best to try to field any questions at this moment.
Questions? Yes, Mr. Hill.
I'm assuming this is preliminary, so one of the things that stands out, and I'm sure we didn't ask for it, but if we're doing anything on those 2 campuses, we need to be connecting buildings. So it's more of an indoor campus. We've heard tremendous feedback from communities on that. So I would want to see, does that add to the cost, and can it be designed with that property the way it's, I saw you, with one of them, you had to turn it sideways, but does that help fit into that space better if we're connecting 2 buildings? So that would be part, but again, I realize this is preliminary. The other thing I wanted to ask, with that $12 million total, does that include, I know you said it's not design or whatever, but that would include all furniture, everything where when it's finished, we walk in, it's ready?
That 12 million is a turnkey number,
Okay.
potentially with the exception, and this is however the contract is negotiated. Sometimes for the technology piece, we would provide the infrastructure, or we, as in the contractor, would provide the infrastructure, meaning the raceway and the conduit and the box, and then it would be a separate contract for the technology subcontractor to come and pull all the wire and do all the terminations. But in other projects we've done at turnkey, for this project, or for those numbers, that was not included in here, I want to say.
Ms. Gerby? You go ahead. Okay. I was just going to say, we were probably at Stanton River about the same time, in the 90s, when you were seeing the renovation there.
Right.
And I remember how annoying that was sometimes having class and navigating around construction zones. But, when that happened, Stanton River was just a little over 30 years old. And today it's nearing 60, and I know Liberty is very close. And so I wonder, how wise is it to just add on to a 60-year-old building that's probably nearing the end of its functional life anyway, as opposed to constructing a new auditorium at both, considering that these are also not just classroom facilities, but these are also community facilities, places that community groups, school groups, churches, others can use, and it's not just an addition to the school, but it's an addition to the community.
If budget was no issue, which always is an issue, or funding was not a problem, we would always recommend doing new construction. Just due to the fact that you're not trying to navigate the existing conditions, and you truly get a better product because you can not try to fit that square peg in the round hole.
Right.
And just the consistency too. We do our best when we do additions to try to blend them seamlessly. From the outside, you'll be able to tell. When you see a brick that's 60 years old versus a brick that's 1 year old, you can do your best, but you're going to see interior-wise too. You're going to see that line of delineation from new to old. Now beyond that, with the mechanical systems and all the other pieces and parts, those are all going to be new for the most part. It will function fine. there's some cosmetic, and probably the highest thing is just the programmatic and the planning challenges and hurdles of putting new into an existing piece. Those are the compromises that would have to be made.
Great. Just know we spent a lot of money over the years renovating classrooms and not doing anything at all to our auditorium. So I think it's time for future boards to look very seriously at spending money to give the fine arts students and the community groups that use those facilities a world-class facility to use. And I hope this board will consider working with the Board of Supervisors on possibly a bond referendum to pay for this, because again, this is something the entire community can use, not just our schools. So thank you for providing these options. This has been very helpful to visualize what an auditorium that doesn't flood when it rains, or an auditorium that has sufficient space for band, choir, drama, dance to all share space. This was wonderful to see. Thank you.
Of course, you know, I'm looking at this and I know both facilities really need work. Dr. Dillis, is there any way that we could come up with a number to, because I know construction costs are inflated right now, to figure out how high they are inflated, by what percentage they were from last year to this year?
Do you all have metrics that you can consider on that?
We can do that, and we can get that information and definitely get back to you. But just as a source of perspective and reference, it was asked that we consider what's being done at Amherst County High School right now. And they currently have an auditorium, almost 600 seats. And they're proposing a new auditorium, which also has a bit of common space, but their new auditorium is 1,250 seats, anywhere between 1,100 and 1,300 seats. Early 2020, the budget, and it was a lot further, it was actually in design, so it was a lot firmer number. It was $12 million. As of November last month, that number is now $19 million. However, if you take a metric of cost per seat, if you do the math, it's about $15,000 per seat. And you take that and multiply it by our 700 to 800 seat auditorium, that gives you $10.7 million. So that's without the contingency, and if you add the contingency, we're back to 12.1. So the number that we saw this evening, we feel pretty confident that they could still be in line, even though with the inflated construction market. Obviously, if we were given the green light to go tonight, it would be a year and a half before it would be out for bid. Or, so there's no telling, could be worse, but could in turn be better as well. Not sure if that helps answer your question at all.
And yeah, it does. And I agree with Mr. Johnson that it would be nice to have new auditoriums at both of these schools, and those are long overdue, but I'm looking at the cost of a new gym and option two of adding new auditorium, and option two of adding to the current auditorium of a difference of approximately $5 million. In my opinion, that $5 million could also put in a gym at Bedford Primary School, which is long overdue, and I think we could get a happy medium with expansion and renovations as opposed to something new. And I'd like to seriously look at this when we look at our capital improvement plan again.
And I will though, each school lends better or worse to addition versus non-addition. I think Liberty lends a lot better to an addition versus Stanton River. It's going to be tough on that current site to do the addition.
And I certainly think, now that this has been presented to the board, I think it certainly would feed the next capital improvement plan conversations, whether that starts with a committee, as we did have, the board has discussed in previous meetings, or the board as a whole. So Jason, thank you for this information. Thank you.
Dr. Lewis or Dr. Bergen, either one of you, what would be next steps for this?
I think, what I would think is that if the board does decide to establish a facility-related committee, that the committee could take this information with these options, put it right alongside the other needs that, that the capital improvement plan has identified, and new pieces we may recommend, and needs that are shown, and look at that over a period of time to determine known revenues and to try to make a plan to see what options can fit and where.
I look forward to following along and making sure that real issues are addressed with this. All right, considering that we have about 10 minutes before our break, would everyone be okay with moving cross-country and track update up and then catching social emotional update and challenge book updates after the break? Okay. Dr. Cornett, am I putting you on the spot there?
I'll be ready.
Sorry.
Mr. Sexton's getting one. All right, good evening, members of the board. The middle school athletic directors surveyed all 6th through 8th grade students to gauge interest in expanding cross-country and track programs to all 3 middle schools. As requested, tonight I will share the interest data from the surveys as well as the cost estimates for adding both middle school programs at Liberty Middle, Forest Middle, and Stanton River Middle Schools. All right, the first slide here shows interest for cross-country in all 3 of our middle schools. As far as total number of students who showed interest from 6th through 8th graders, 33 at Liberty Middle, 77 at Forest Middle, and 30 at Stanton River Middle School, which are very solid numbers interest-wise. I wanted to point out that if you look at the breakdowns on this chart, you can see that the majority of interest is from 6th and 7th grade students, which is very good in wanting to build a sustainable program. We also included the data from out of the students who said that they were interested in cross-country. There were some, just like there were in the lacrosse survey, that said that they did currently play a fall sport, but a very small percentage of those indicated that they would choose cross-country in lieu of that fall sport, which would be a minimal impact to current programs there. The next slide shows interest for middle school track, outdoor track. There's actually a larger number of interest, a greater number of interest there. Liberty Middle School had 38 students, Forest Middle School had 105, and Stanton River Middle School had 37. Once again, very similar data to that of cross-country, and the fact that the majority of them are the younger students in 6th through 7th grade. And the same pattern here, there are some students who said they played spring sports, but a very small percentage of those students said that they would select track in lieu of their current program. So after reviewing the data, the entire BCPS athletics team, we believe that there is sufficient interest in both programs to add them without creating a negative impact on existing programs, which is a requirement of policy DBA. So that's the interest side of things. Let's talk about the cost side. This slide shows the cost for cross-country. Per school, it would cost approximately, and these are estimates, $4,219 per school for cross-country, middle school cross-country. The majority of this involved here is coaching stipends, which is approximately $3,000, as well as transportation.
I did not include uniform costs in this slide because I included that in the next slide. Uniforms would be shared between both programs, cross-country and track. So the next slide, before I get too ahead of myself, total cost division-wide would be $12,657 approximately without the uniforms for cross-country. The next slide is the estimated cost for middle school track. The majority of this cost, once again, is coaching stipends. Uniforms would cost approximately $1,800, and transportation approximately $1,300 for an estimated cost per school of $8,900 and a total for the division of $26,715. So a combined cost for adding both cross-country and track to all three middle schools in the division is estimated about $39,372. So during the discussion with all 6 athletic directors and middle school and high school principals, a significant concern voiced was the current need for additional athletic trainer support at the middle school level. Currently, the high school trainers are assisting in covering middle school sports when possible, and it's mainly during emergencies and immediate need situations. And they do an outstanding job. We are very blessed with our current athletic trainers. But many nights they're just stretched very thin just to cover multiple events at the high schools. The transition to middle school sports teams, 6th through 8th grades, has increased the need for additional trainer support. We researched that, and the cost for adding 3 full-time 10-month trainers, one at each middle school, would cost approximately $197,640, which breaks down to $66,000 for each school, approximately. Dr. Calvert and I have been working with multiple organizations to see if there would be any interest or opportunities for partnerships to contract 3 part-time trainers for after-school hours. Although there were some differences in the estimates as far as the number of months covered and the numbers of hours per week provided, the 2 organizations did submit estimates of approximately $100,000 for 3 part-time athletic trainers during after-school hours, working 20 to 24 hours per week. Now, I do want to emphasize here that during the conversations that we had, the organization strongly stated that there is a shortage of trainers, and finding trainers, even if funding is available, may be a difficult task and challenge. There is also significant concern about the rising costs in running the overall athletic programs at the high schools and middle schools. The increased cost to officiating contracts, field maintenance and field supplies, uniforms, and basic athletic equipment, coupled with a significant decrease in spectator gate funds at events, have made it evident that schools need additional funding to maintain their current school athletic programs. Staff are considering these increased costs and will be making a recommendation for the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget. In addition, Dr. Lewis is working with schools to include major athletic facility and equipment needs into the capital improvement plan. In closing, we are very supportive of adding middle school track and middle school cross country, as we believe there's sufficient interest, and both programs would be extremely beneficial to all 3 middle schools as well as all 3 high schools in the future. We do believe that before additional programs are added, concerns with overall athletic program funding and athletic trainer needs should be addressed. And at this time, I can take any questions that you might have.
Questions from board members? Ms. Kirby?
Who would be the partners that you would have with your middle school trainers?
Just organizations in the community.
So like LU or?
It would be like Carillion, those type of organizations.
Do they have a training program at LU?
They have yes ma'am, yes ma'am.
So do they need to get, and I guess where I'm going with this is, do they need to get hours, active hours, to become certified, and could we use them? Provide them the hours to get this 33, or, and not that we need to cut the money back, I mean, trainers are valuable.
Our current athletic trainers do have interns from different organizations and colleges, universities in our area, but typically the program requirements and require them to be actively supervised on site by a licensed athletic trainer. And a lot of our campuses, or at least the facilities, that would not happen if they're split. So that may not be an option.
Do you, in your opinion, do you think a part-time trainer would cut it? Or would we
I
need full-time?
think a part-time trainer at 20 to 25 hours per week in the afternoons would give substantial relief to our current high school athletic trainers, and it would provide good, solid support at the middle school level. Yes, ma'am.
And again, I don't mean to be nitpicking, just ideas pop into my head as I hear your numbers. Back in your estimated cost for middle school track, where you included the uniforms,
Yes, ma'am.
and I know the kids absolutely hate this, but it's the nature of the beast. Are the high schools slated to get new uniforms to where you can pass down the old uniforms and save that money?
Typically, the high schools do have a rotation. I have been working with Mr. Hagler, and we've met with all the athletic directors, and part of that other number, that the increased number needed to run to support our current programs would include giving money so they could get more uniforms. A lot of our schools right now partner very heavily with the boosters programs to get uniforms, and we're very blessed. We're very supportive of booster programs, but part of that increase would be for uniforms and supporting that cycle. So yes, if the high schools were to get new uniforms, that could possibly, go down to the middle school level.
But you said that your gate money is down, so I'm assuming that means your booster money and funding is down too, correct?
I don't have the exact figures, but.
About what we're looking at.
So,
Do you have any idea of how much we're looking
I
at?
don't want to speculate, but I'm assuming it would be down.
As supportive as I am of athletics, and I would love to see cross-country and track, but also with the safety and the need for trainers, I wouldn't want to put any additional strain on our high school trainers until I heard from them if they could handle it or not. But maybe we can consider this as part of the budget for next year, hiring them. Because we need to have the trainer, well, we need to have the trainers there, period. But if we could put that in consideration for the budget, I sure would appreciate it.
Mr. Hill? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I just want to verify, so they would utilize the high school tracks,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And then utilize where the high schools are currently running cross-country?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so no additional cost
Right.
to go add tracks and all, okay, just want to make sure we're,
Yes, sir. That would have to be a part or a requirement of this.
Any other questions? No? We will break for dinner and we will resume at 7 o'clock. right, I'd like to reconvene this December meeting of the Bedford County School Board. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One on one.
Before we begin the remainder of tonight's meeting, we'd like to observe a moment of silence for James Jimmy Tribbett, a BCPS bus driver who recently passed away. Amen. At this time, Mr. Edwards, board member recognition.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, tonight, on behalf of the entire staff of the school division, it's my honor to be the person who acts on behalf of the staff and recognizes two of our members who have dedicated a decade of their lives towards making Bedford County Public Schools a great place for a child to learn. And those two members are Dr. John Hicks and Mr. Jason Johnson. We have a small token of appreciation for all the hard work that you have logged over the past decade. And again, from the staff, we just can't say thank you enough for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I will sit this right here so we stay on time tonight. Public comment. So the public comment portion of tonight's agenda is limited to 25 minutes. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, while anyone representing an organized group will be allowed 5 minutes, provided they are the sole speaker from that group or organization. Speakers may not give their time to another speaker. Speakers are asked to state their name, address, voting district, and organization or group if applicable. The school board is here to listen to your comments, but will not engage or respond to speakers during this 25-minute period. Please remember that this is a public meeting and that we expect all speakers to refrain from any foul, abusive, or hateful language. Mr. Edwards will serve as timekeeper for individual speakers with a ringing bell indicating that a person has 30 seconds remaining. A second bell will ring indicating a person's 3 minutes have expired. Mr. Edwards will also serve as timekeeper for our cumulative 25-minute period. When Mr. Edwards' 3-minute timer bell rings, please discontinue speaking and allow the next person in line to come to the podium. Should you be unable to finish your comments, please send or give them to Mrs. Johnson, and she will give them to board members. Mr. Edwards, who do we have speaking this evening?
Mr. Chairman, our agenda of speakers this evening includes David Dietrich, David Beauregard on behalf of the Root of David, Christina Childress on behalf of the Bedford County Education Association, Aaron Farrell on behalf of Bedford County Patriots, Trevor Cooper, I believe this one is Latin, Santi Claus, Santi Claus, Santiclaz.
Tis the season.
Yes, and Peggy Johnson.
Thank you. Mr. Dietrich.
Thank you. For Forest, Virginia. Ladies and gentlemen, CRT represents radical rejection of the former ways of learning. What were the old ways of learning? To the founders, enlightenment was tied directly to happiness. Happiness was not self-serving, hedonistic pleasure. It was intellectual and moral flourishing, achieved by the following two paths. One path was systematic pursuit of knowledge and reason, Dispassionate scientific discovery and all matters of inquiry was at its heart. The other path was moral growth. Knowledge, reason, and moral growth were based upon absolute truth. This truth originated with nature and nature's God, the latter the source of all natural rights, not government. All human beings were also created with inherent equality. Such equality was an equality of opportunity, not an equality of outcome, nor even equity. Benjamin Franklin once wrote, "The Constitution only gives people the right to pursue happiness. You must catch it yourself." Thus, people are largely responsible for their moral and intellectual growth, happiness. Today's view of learning is much different. First, it appears based on a highly centralized, top-down, 19th century assembly line model. Second, morality is taught, but it is a new kind of morality. The new morality rejects the past while embracing moral relativism, deconstructionism, and group grievances. It also rejects a creator. It compels cultural Marxist-style collectivism and social justice. Equality of outcome and equity are demanded. Yet, as Alexander Hamilton wrote, free men are not equal, and equal men are not free. Libertas, liberty. In the early morning hours of June 6, 1944, the 116th Infantry Regiment, known historically as the Andrew Stonewall Jackson Brigade, landed under heavy enemy fire on Omaha Beach in Normandy, France. 23 young men from the unit were from Bedford, Virginia. They never returned home. They died so others could enjoy the full blessings of liberty. Today, we must carry their torch as we too defend liberty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dietrich. David Beauregard, on behalf of the Root, David, 5 minutes.
Good evening, school board members and fellow citizens. I've been absent for a couple months, so if I'm redundant in a few of my words, please bear with me. So I am pleased that the board has honored the citizens, first of all, and the request and changed the venue to accommodate the people. And then first and foremost, to give my congratulations and our congratulations to Matt Holbrook and Dwayne Nelms, the incoming school board elect. Congratulations. That being said and accomplished, I'd like to say it's been a terrible shame that board members had to be replaced because of blatant obstinacy, disrespect, and insubordination to the people whom they are supposed to serve. Failure to acknowledge and abide by a sworn oath to the federal and Virginia Constitution in clearly defined roles as servants of and to the people left no choice for the people but dismissal by those people. Ambivalence and audacity to overturn decisions that the people deem necessary with regard to our children, masks, curriculum, transgender, etc., cannot and will not be tolerated in our county any longer. It is our hope that any other liberal-leaning servants in any position in the town or county take to heart what has transpired. Secondly, the superintendent's position. The brief past and current actions of this office need an adjustment, as those actions are contrary to the parents' and citizens' desires for their children and does not enhance overall community life and health. But there's a bigger problem in what's going on, what is happening to our world. It's affecting all of us. There are several reasons, the primary being sin and the battle between good and evil, light and dark. However, I want to submit a scientific and documented symptom of the battle that is sweeping the world. It's called the phenomenon, quote, phenomenon of mass formation, penned and published by Dr. Joseph Nicola, December 1st, 2021, and explained by Dr. Matthias Desmond, Professor of Clinical Psychology at Ghent University in Belgium, and his review of the societal conditions under which a population ends up willingly sacrificing their freedom. Around the end of February 2020, Desmond started looking at case fatality rates and other statistics, quickly realizing that there was something seriously wrong with the models presented to the public and used as justification for shutting down non-essential businesses. Desmond also saw that discovered particular anomalies and statistical analysis done during the COVID pandemic, which made him realize our global society is starting to enter a, quote, mass formation state, a type of collective hypnosis, required for the rise of a totalitarian regime. The models were greatly exaggerated during the threat of SARS-CoV-2, and by the end of May 2020, this was proven beyond doubt. Strangers of law, Desmond says that everyone kept saying the coronavirus measures were based on mathematical models and science, yet when it was proven beyond doubt that the initial models were completely wrong, the measures continued as if nothing was wrong and the models were right. Clearly then, modeling and science were not foundational or even part of the equation at all. This, Desmond says, was a strong sign that there was something going on at the psychological level that was really powerful. Another tip-off that was something that was really wrong was the fact that none of our political leaders were taking into account the collateral damage of their countermeasures. There was no cost-benefit risk-reward analysis for any of the countermeasures. Anytime you consider a public health measure, a cost-benefit analysis is essential. There's 4 basic conditions for mass formation. Number 1, the central condition is lack of societal bonding. In other words, social isolation on a mass scale, which is precisely what the lockdowns were all about. We were all told that any contact with others, including members of our family, could be a death sentence. So even before the pandemic, Western societies were suffering from a lack of community, which is a key condition for mass formation syndrome to emerge in the first place. Second condition is that a majority of people must experience life as meaningless and purposeless. He cites research showing that half of all adults feel their jobs are completely meaningless, providing no value to either themselves or others. So condition 2 for mass formation hypnosis was also fulfilled before the pandemic hit. Third condition is widespread free-floating anxiety and free-floating discontent. Free-floating anxiety refers to anxiety that has no apparent or distinct cause. However, when you are socially disconnected and feel your life has no meaning, then a free-floating anxiety can emerge that is not connected to a mental or physical representation of a specific threat. Judging by the popularity of antidepressants and other psychiatric drugs, condition number 3 was also fulfilled long before the pandemic. The fourth condition is free-floating frustration and aggression, which tends to naturally follow the previous 3. Here again, the frustration and aggression have no discernible cause. Thank you, Mr. I'll cut this short. Is that 5 minutes?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Thank you. Christina Childers.
All right. Hello. I'm Christina Childress. I'm the president of the Bedford County Education Association. Tonight, I come bearing gifts, which you can have later. The BCA would like to honor the hard work, dedication, and selfless service of 2 outgoing Bedford County school board members, both Dr. John Hicks and Mr. Jason Johnson. These 2 men have served the students and staff of BCPS tirelessly over the past 8 years as board members, but they have been around far longer than that in their involvement with Bedford County schools. Dr. Hicks's career in public education has spanned decades, and anyone, that's not to make you sound old, and anyone who has worked in BCPS has known him as a leader who takes no glory in the spotlight. He's been a consistent advocate for our learners in the STEM programs and Governor's School. His experience as a public school educator and administrator has given him a unique perspective as he served on the board, and those hard-earned insights have made him a valuable asset to the school board. On a personal note, Dr. Hicks was my own principal when I was a student at Stewartsville Elementary School close to 35 years ago. And that alone should warrant special praise. His faithfulness, professionalism, and wisdom will be missed. Mr. Jason Johnson has done everything in his power to help bring equity, pride, and positive recognition to Bedford County, not only during his tenure as a board member, but also as a scholar and graduate of Stanton River. However, instead of only concerning himself with his personal district, he has been a true advocate for all students in BCPS. This man has never missed a production of a visual and performing arts for any of the 3 school zones. He faithfully attends sporting events, science fair competitions, awards assemblies, and even special classroom projects. He is a faithful presence in our building and in our community, and I will never forget painting hallways right alongside him during a volunteer renovation weekend. Mr. Hill was there too, at Stan River Middle School. On a personal level, I am grateful both for Mr. Johnson's candor and his thoughtful silence, his willingness to listen, but also to speak up against injustice, even if unpopular. These 2 men have been the driving force behind auditorium renovation proposals at Liberty and Stan River, safety and accreditation improvements, and they have been fearless advocates for the best interests and safety of all BCPS students and staff. The BCEA offers its gratitude and well wishes to them both. Thank you. I don't know how to give this to you, but sorry if you're a Hokie, but it's a Jefferson cup. So.
Oh.
Pass them to somebody. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Childress. Aaron Farrell, speaking on behalf of Bedford County Patriots, 5 minutes.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Bowman, and community. My name is Erin Farrell. I live in District 3, and I am a member of the BC Patriots. For our newsletter, please go to bcpatriots.net. Mr. Hicks and Mr. Johnson, I know there were many years where you served the voice of the people, and though we disagreed lately, we just wanted to wish you all the best in your future.
Thank you.
I wanted to discuss 3 topics today. That I hope our schools follow the golden rule of education. That our schools should be a reflection of the community. Firstly, again, Mr. Johnson, thank you for moving the meeting to this location. We ask that you permanently provide sufficiently large space, even when crowds are low, so there's never another citizen locked outside the school board meeting again. We ask that you increase the public speaking time to a minimum of 1 hour. We have contacted 20 school districts all over Virginia. Our county allows the public to speak the least of any of the districts that we've contacted. Campbell County, for example, doesn't even limit the number of people who can speak. The school board used to meet 2 times a month, so the community spoke 2 times 25 minutes. So, in addition to requesting 1 hour, we'd also like to ask that the following schedule be considered to make it easier for the staff and the community to publicly participate. We'd like to ask that you have your dinner at 5 p.m. first. Then we'd like to ask that you have your open item/closed meeting next. And then the public will be able to join you guys whenever that timing is, whether it's 6 or 6:30, I'm not sure exactly how that all works. And then we request public comments are early during that time. Maybe not first, but whatever you guys think is best. This schedule demonstrates more respect for the community and will encourage participation. When more people participate, then our community and schools will further reflect our community. My second main solution has to do with our Virginia teachers and staff. As we all know, they've been asked to do impossible things. Never in their history, not even last year, when there were many more unknowns regarding COVID, has it been this bad. The buck stops with the superintendent. We've seen extreme unnecessary methods he has forced on our community. Teachers daily, whom I don't even know, reach out to me, and our organization. They ask us for help because they're afraid to speak out. They've been mistreated. They've been spied on in their classrooms. Their students' test scores are nosediving. They just want to teach, and they actually have the solutions. One teacher 2 days ago, who I had never met before, contacted me and said, please ask the board, because they're afraid to speak up, please ask the board to stop forcing healthy children to quarantine. School boards around Virginia are starting to end this obscene practice. I spoke to a nurse today in King Williams County, some children there where they've stopped this practice. Children there who were healthy in quarantine 2, 3, 4 times, and from my understanding, that's already happened here in Bedford County. Virginia Beach, as you probably know, just made this change for the high school students. Another solution, some teachers have told us that they've been ordered to wear masks outside. There are a lot of practices that are happening here that aren't even recommended by the CDC, and the methods are very extreme. Teachers want support.
I can't hear her very well in the back.
Teachers want support with growing discipline problems. The superintendent's methods of implementing the policies have been insufficient to support the teachers. They're being told not to report behavioral issues because it will make their school look bad and make our county look bad. Please let parents into the schools to relieve some of the pressure that these teachers are feeling. Teachers, I just want you to know we are here and we are still listening. Okay. Thirdly, most importantly, Dr. Bergen, I appreciate the hours that you spent meeting with me and some other people. I know you're passionate about your job. Personally, I've enjoyed our conversation and like you as a person. With all due respect, we request that you resign or that your contract is terminated. Under your leadership, morale is at its worst. A mass exodus of students have left the school district. People with disabilities are being segregated. Grades are plummeting. Your values and your methods do not reflect your community. And to finish up, I saw the contract. I just need 15 more seconds. On page 8 of the contract, which would end June 30th, 24, Section 10, Part C says that you can terminate the contract with no cause. I've contacted 3 attorneys. If you do this within the first year, we request that you do, because then you'd only have to pay the 9 months. Thank you for your service. If you have any questions, I have a long list of complaints from teachers and parents. Thank you, sir.
Reverend Cooper.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Trevor Cooper, and I would like to state that honor, courage, and commitment was the first thing I learned while I was in the United States Navy. There is no honor, no courage, no commitment in Bedford County School Board. I'm tired of it. There's a recommendation. It is not a law to wear masks. My son has a medical document and also a religious. Every day he is forced to wear a mask. You guys are going to learn when you get a lawsuit on your hands the next time he has to forcefully wear a mask. 2, the money that you guys bring in, y'all's paychecks, if you even cut it by a quarter, you would fix half the freaking cost up there. I am done and listening to everything y'all say and do, because you don't even look after anybody else but yourselves. These children out here at the school having to wear a mask all the time. I went to go pay my taxes, not a single one was wearing a mask. What makes these children wear a mask every single day, but no one else? You can walk in Walmart, barely anybody's wearing a mask. What are y'all so afraid of? If you guys are that afraid, do you have to wear a mask every single day? Resign. Go home. That's what y'all need to do. If you are that scared, go home. Turn in your stuff, go home. Because you're doing nothing but hurting society each and every day that you do this. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. All y'all are cowards hiding behind school board. That's all y'all are. And I'm tired of it. My son, one more time, has to wear a mask or gets in trouble for not wearing his mask. y'all definitely know about it. Y'all have a good evening. I ain't gonna do this crap no more.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cooper. Santa Claus.
A little bit of a lighter note. My street name is Santa Claus because of my structure, my gray beard, big jolly cheeks, and quite frankly, my body. So I'm Christian Sneed. I'm out of District 7. I appreciate you guys. I just really want to point out Mr. Hicks and Jason Johnson. Thank you for your 10 years here. We have a lot of different views. I think the one thing that we do have in common is we also want what's best for our community, and that can have different optics and vantage points on it. Obviously, there have been a lot of fiscally conservative movement with you all through the years, and we appreciate that. A sound budget is what keeps us here. And you've been an excellent moderator. The way that you conduct business is really well. You and I don't always see eye to eye on every view, but it doesn't mean we can't point out the things that we do get along with. So I have an olive branch here, and I got to work on the campaigns of the other half, the other side. We have to be gracious winners and gracious losers to move forward. And so I have something in this box that generally don't go together, and it's all right to pass around. Thank you. There you go. Thank you, sir. Nothing pop out. Yeah, you can open it. Yeah, it's not PG-13 or anything. But what you'll find in there is it's a camouflage bow tie. And generally, you never think that those two things can go together and work together in style. So what we're asking for is that as you all do step down and step away, and the next one step up, that you would help support the movement of Bedford County, and you'd be participating in that. We just want to thank you for your service. So, Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. We thought Santa Claus was not real. Right. All right. Peggy Johnson.
I'm Peggy Johnson, 6735 White House Road, Manita, District 2. I've been torn as to what to say tonight. The devil on my left shoulder says, spill it all out and let it fall where it may. But the angel on my right shoulder says, be careful what you say and how you say it. Revenge is mine. I will repay, saith the Lord. So here it goes. I've been very disappointed with the way some of this board had treated Mr. Johnson. Be careful who you try to recruit to run against him. I have heard so much bullying from a member on this board. Sorry, Mr. Johnson is stronger, and he doesn't give it in to bullying. Worst chairman ever? Think about what he said. He answers most of the calls he gets, if they're reasonable, and tries to get answers where he can. It's hard to convince kids not to bully when the adults around them are bullying all the time. Yes. And one person on this board seems to have all the answers, knows even more about health care than the professionals who studied and work with this day in and day out. These last 2 years have been hard for everybody, and a lot of tough decisions have been made. COVID-19 is real. People have suffered with it while others have died. This mask requirement, regardless, is law. And I've always been taught to obey the laws regardless of which party is sitting in Richmond. In addition to obeying the law, Mr. Johnson was trying to protect all the kids as well as the parents and grandparents. The group of parents, grandparents, and citizens that showed up at the meeting shouting down anyone that didn't agree with what they wanted was not a good representation of the citizens of Bedford County. Some on the board actually encouraged this behavior. You have taught kids it's okay to scream and shout at people who don't agree with you. Also, one of the ladies from District 2 and a graduate of George Mason was punched with a flag stick and told she wasn't wanted. Jason let her know that as long as he was here, she was wanted and needed. The night the room was cleared was not what Mr. Johnson wanted, but the speakers kept shouting down speakers that didn't agree with him. Mr. Johnson was told after one meeting several times that he was going to hell. I said, what's my place? For what he was doing to the kids. I'm so glad that God is the judge, and he knows Mr. Johnson's heart and intentions. God created us all in a special way, not the way we think. Mr. Johnson believes in treating everyone with respect. This comes from his Christian faith and belief that we should love and respect our neighbors, since we're all created in God's image and enjoy God's amazing love. Thank you to all the people from Forest who put in so much time on a cold day to get in District 2 and District 3 to get the candidates of their choice elected.
Thank you.
And in closing, I'd like to say, Mr. Johnson isn't a parent, but you don't have to be a parent to care about kids in your neighborhood. That's why you ran in the first place. And that shows a real servant's heart. In closing, I forgive you all for what you did to Mr. Johnson. This was a message that God sent me from a message at church a few Sundays back from Matthew 5, 1 through 5. And I will be praying for the board in the future that God will lead you. Thank you.
Thank you. You never want to have to be in a position to gavel down your mom. All right. Approval of the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda tonight?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as proposed.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Mealy to approve the consent agenda as proposed. We have a second.
Second.
A second by Ms. Curry. Any discussion on that? No? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously. Staff reports not addressed in the 5 p.m. section. We have 2 that we skipped over. So item 3.03, social emotional update, Mrs. Robertson.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I thank you for the opportunity to talk about this very important topic. I'm here tonight because I want to celebrate several important accomplishments in this realm of the work that we're doing in Bedford County. And I also want to celebrate the exceptional work of our teachers and staff who are working through very challenging times, because they daily try to meet the needs of their students, the needs of the whole child. As I highlight some accomplishments of our programs, I don't want to minimize the realities of the mental health crisis for children and adolescents currently. And I want to specifically speak to data of 2018, because I certainly know and recognize that the strains of the pandemic have added additional stressors to our younger population. But prior to that, the call to action was already present. Mental illness is rising fastest among the group of 18 to 25-year-olds. Nearly 1 in 3 teens, 13 to 18, is identified with an anxiety disorder. Less than 50% of young people receive treatment for a mental disorder, compared to 70% of those over age 26. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among 10 to 24-year-olds, with a 67% rise for students ages 10 to 14 and a 48% rise for students 15 to 19. So as we know that trend was moving in the direction of additional strains on our student population, the impact of the pandemic has been even greater with the stressors that families, schools, and communities have experienced. So with that framework, I'll speak to the social emotional supports that are provided for students in Bedford County Public Schools. First and foremost, I want to speak to what we've worked very diligently to do, which is integrate programs that previously were isolated. Our school counseling program has moved towards comprehensive counseling models. We've introduced and expanded intervention design specialist services in the schools. Each school has a school mental health support team with a team leader to provide site-based case coordination and staff development. And we have embedded social emotional learning opportunities for classroom integration across grade levels. And I want to speak to all of those things with a bit more detail. In terms of our school counseling program overview, first and foremost, I am pleased to say that in Bedford County, our school counseling staff exceeds SOQs. I will say that our potential for the 2021 revisions that were submitted by the Board of Education would even add additional staff, with those recommendations being one counselor for every 250 students, regardless of grade level. Our team recently met and are in the process of completing a self-assessment to move us towards a comprehensive counseling model as modeled by the American School Counselor Association. And that self-assessment has been good work for our teams, but is in the early stages. We've made specific efforts to ensure alignment with that 80-20 model of direct versus program support or program planning services. As of this year, we have renewed monthly team meetings for elementary and secondary counselors so that we can share information, resources, and develop specific protocols for our work. Most recently, we reviewed the updated suicide prevention guidelines that aligned with our policy updates and have had a total renewal of the programs, a consolidated assessment and a uniform assessment tool, follow-up and monitoring that's now better documented. So we're moving in the right direction with those meetings. I will also say our school counselors are generally the leader of the school's mental health support team. At Jefferson Forest, that is our school social worker as one exception. I'll speak more about the mental health support teams in a later slide. Curriculum alignment. I am very pleased to say that our school counseling standards have been integrated with the American School Counselor Association Mindsets and Behaviors Curriculum Framework. We've also worked as a counseling department to uniformly divide that content over quarters so that our hopes and goals would be that whether at the elementary, middle, or high, developmental presentation of the same content is occurring through our counseling programs. I'll take this opportunity because I do think it's important to note Bedford County Public Schools does not utilize the Virginia Department of Education social emotional learning standards. That has been particularly publicized recently with areas of concern, and that was a very intentional decision and communication. My department has not disseminated that information and indicated to school counselors we do not work from that curriculum framework. In terms of our elementary programs, the primary mode of instructional delivery is through in-class presentations, meaning our school counselors go into classrooms and work with classes. But I am very pleased to say all but one of our elementary schools has that in-class presentation as part of a rotation wheel, meaning a part of the related arts rotation. Instead, our counselors are providing direct scheduling, and by moving away from that rotation model, our counselors are more free with their time to provide direct services through individual and small group counseling for students with greater need. A recent survey of our counselors indicated that self-regulation skills were the primary target for most of their specific and targeted intervention with students. All of our schools, with the exception of Otter River, have a school counselor on campus every day of the week, and that will be adjusted for next school year. I will also say that our counselors organize their lesson content around national themes, Suicide Prevention Month, or Bullying Prevention Month, or Kindness Week within the state. In terms of our secondary programs, just a quick snapshot of the data, and that I believe my date for this was November 29th, so I want to be clear there. Our secondary counselors had logged over 2,695 entries for student contacts. Those are fairly evenly distributed among grade levels, although grades 6, 8, and 12 had higher representation. There's a higher representation of female to male, 59%, 59.7 to 40.3. But the highest referral source in our schools is self-referred. And that may be of a concern, but as a mental health provider, I celebrate, because that means our students feel comfortable seeking out their counselor. And that is a primary goal. We've expanded the roles for our counselors with the Alternative to Suspension and Academic Support programs, as well as with embedded social emotional learning lessons. And lastly, our Major Clarity platform. The Major Clarity platform is a global academic and career planning platform, but it goes much further than simply exploring careers. Through videos and activities, individuals are able to conduct career research, explore and compare college pathways, explore scholarships, write resumes, complete their academic and career plan, and make long-range course planning projections. The value of this is that when we are able to have a tool at the fingertip of our students for academic and career planning, our teachers can become involved. Dr. Trosper and I have been working very closely on how important it is for that pathway selection for students to have an active discussion with their teachers about their career interest and how their skills and abilities relate to that. The other advantage of Major Clarity is we are able to predict pathway interest and career interests for students much further out, so that we can begin to plan for the CTE programs that students want, rather than simply offering CTE programs based on what we have. Next, I want to talk about the classroom embedded social emotional learning. Every year we conduct the Virginia School Survey of Climate and Working Conditions. Again, I want to make a distinction for things that sometimes have attention. This is not the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. It is a separate survey that is used routinely. The Virginia School Survey of Climate and Working Conditions is administered to both students and staff, and they alternate each year between middle and high school. I was very pleased in looking at the data last year that we have shown some improvements in important areas. When we're looking at this data, I do acknowledge that we were working with a very different school year last year. We had students in much smaller groups. We had students who were showing less school transitions. We had students that were in a cohort and a created community. But this data was telling us that the students were responding positively to that information. From that, I would also like to share what we've learned from the learning coach model that was utilized last year and is now utilized on many of our campuses. Learning coaches, as you know, served as the base meeting place during our pandemic management with our adjusted grades 7 through 12 last year. But when we surveyed the students, over 1,400 students and over 200 teachers, 87% of the students agreed or strongly agreed that learning coaches help navigate their learning activities. 89% of students agreed or strongly agreed that learning coaches facilitated a positive classroom community, and 84% wanted to see that model continue. 78% of the learning coaches surveyed felt they experienced a more personal relationship with students. 67% felt that they were able to provide specific personal support and connection to additional resources, and 62% felt that they were able to help students stay on top of performance concerns and track progress. From that survey, 3 of our high schools have continued the learning coach model with a formalized structure in their day, and some of our middle school campuses, Stanton River Middle specifically, has formulated the same model. When we think about social emotional learning content in the classroom, that's not a new concept. A national survey of teachers indicated that teachers spend on average 4.3 hours in a week on SEL topics. The distinction is that's not formal instructional time. The teachers felt that 68% of that time was engaging in informal conversations about relationships, behavior, attitudes, and skills, and their response to teachable moment. By creating an embedded social emotional learning curriculum, we do provide some structure and consistency to those conversations, while also giving a universal and unifying message across the campus. That same survey nationally for teachers indicated that 82% felt such content helped with classroom behavior management, 80% agree that it improves school climate and culture. 75% agree that it improves academic performance. And 81% of administrators felt that it provided a well-rounded education for students, prevented bullying and other adverse behaviors, and prepares students for their careers and citizenship. I highlight just this two examples. Liberty High School has created a Canvas class. And this is not interactive, this is a screenshot, so if you're trying to navigate, it won't work, I apologize. But the compass indication there is actual curriculum content that has been developed by our school counselors at Liberty High School that is pushed out to learning coaches for their use. Here's another snapshot of a Stanton River Middle Canvas page, information that is shared through the month of October with classroom teachers, again, created or curated by the counselors to share out during that learning coach time. One of the next aspects of that integrated program that I mentioned was intervention design specialists. There's some key components to the work of the intervention design specialist. One is its direct behavioral instruction to students, and that has tremendous value today. But second, it's that teacher consultation and refinement of response skills. We never look at a child who has challenging behaviors as a child-centered problem, but a dynamic one. It's a problem with the child's integration to their classroom environment, academic match, peer interaction, and teacher interaction. So we work with the adult staff as well. We provide individualized academic pacing and academic support at the secondary level, coaching and supported instructions for on-site supervision. Those 3 and 4 items are unique to the secondary program, so I'll speak to those elementary and secondary programs separately. Our elementary IDS program has 6 providers. We have received 24 referrals to date, and 23 of those have been addressed through intake and observation. And I just want to clarify that that's a very intense process. Ms. Jennifer Faust, who's one of our school psychologists, will receive that referral from an administrator and make arrangements for intensive observation, sometimes 2, 3, or even longer days, following that student through their daily routine, collecting data, and getting a clear picture of what that problem may be. From that point, Mrs. Faust will staff with the administrator what we feel like would be an appropriate plan. That may not be the assignment of an intervention design specialist, but perhaps additional resource or allocation of intervention planning at the school. However, we have directly staffed 10 different students so far to date, some of those with shorter terms of services, some of those with longer. And we have transitioned 5 students out of that service. If we assign an IDS to a case, generally that individual is working with that classroom all day, every day. So they're there to coach responses from the student, to support and model with the teacher, and debrief at the end of the day. With the volume of referrals that we have moved to a triage assessment that if we have 2 cases that may not have as significant intensity, an IDS may share 2 cases and work alternating days on that case with the student and with the classroom. I will also add that our IDS elementary team has monthly meetings, and they share resources and ideas and participate in a book study. The exit survey of the cases that we have worked with intervention design services at the elementary level, we ask important questions. Was administrator input considered? Was teacher input considered? And how would you rate the progress? And most importantly, 100% of the exit surveys rated good to excellent progress for students after the IDS services. And I would like to highlight a few principal comments. I've worked with 3 different staff members, and they've all been wonderful and professional and intentional about their work. They listen to teachers while tactfully asking questions that require teachers to reflect on their own routines, responses, body languages, and messages. It's not only the child the IDS is working with, but all students the teacher works with and will work with in the future. There are multiple school-based interventions that must be exhausted before an IDS request is made. That means their time and effort is focused on the students who need it most. It also helps us as administrators reflect on what we can do before requesting assistance. As a principal, I've rarely seen some students exit day treatment But with this model, everyone's aware that the goal is to transition. The IDS became an integral part of our team, and the plan that we put in place made the student meet success. They spent more time coaching adults than working directly with the student, making us confident the program would continue. It's a teach a man to fish approach. The secondary IDS program looks a little bit different. Instead of staff being mobilized to specific cases, we have 2 IDS staff members serving at every campus, middle and high, in 2 different ways. One being an alternative to suspension, second being an academic support model. It's very difficult to give you overarching data, so I worked with the intervention design teams at the schools just to kind of give you a day in the life of what their work might look like. We currently, as I said, have 18 staff serving in these programs, and they are generally considered separate programs, but the staff work together very closely and work with the counseling and mental health support staff on the campus. By an average, across these 6 programs, they serve about 15 students daily in the academic support model. Academic support is where students may work with their content through a digital format with teachers checking in, but they are not necessarily moving through the normal rotation of scheduled classes and transitions. So it serves as a secure base for the student to work on their core content, and they may take certain classes out but have that secure base to return to. 4 students average daily serving on-site alternative to suspension. That's distinct from in-school suspension. This would be a student who might have earned a 2-day suspension and instead is serving that on campus with instructional support and with therapeutic support. About 10 students with daily check-ins are informal supports, meaning they are specific caseload cases that they check in with. And the average across the 6 campuses was that there would be 27 unique student contacts daily through teacher-provided option or student request, meaning students would come to the space to work with an IDS. Principal comments have been very positive, but serving as a bridge for students transitioning from from remote learning to in-person learning. We've had students who have had attendance problems and school avoidance in the past who are now in school and attending regularly. There's no question that we would have lost some of these students if we had not had this model. The students' social and emotional needs are being impacted by the staff members, and we are striving to improve how we meet their needs every day. One administrator said they appreciated the board's support for those programs, so I'll toss that in. I think it's important to hear from the students, and a couple of students asked to email their thoughts. I like to know now that if I need help, someone is there for me. I can move at my own pace. I don't have to rush. It's quiet. I can have those were my words. I can have one-to-one support, and the IDS staff member is really nice. I can focus better. I don't have to be around a bunch of people. IDS staff is nice. She's a really great person when you get to know her. So our mental health support teams, I'll first speak to the who. That would involve an administrator, your school counselor, school psychologist, family and social work service representative, nurse, family support workers from Department of Social Services, sometimes classroom teacher, community service rep, or other representatives. The who is important, but the why is even more important, and the what is even more critical. Why? We needed these people all working together. We need them all talking about the same cases at the same time in a way that consolidates and coordinates resources. So what do? They coordinate individual case planning for specific students. For instance, a student may have completed a suicide risk assessment. The mental health support team may meet and follow up to that to coordinate individual case planning for that child's needs if there was a post-hospitalization transition. They are the interagency liaison for our students who have other services, outpatient, court, social, or psychiatric care services. They provide a coordinated response to homebound requests, and I am very pleased to say that we have significantly reduced the number of students who are being served through homebound services who are now accessing alternative programs successfully on campus and utilizing the resources and supports and therapeutic treatments that are available to them. They serve as a springboard for students who are transitioning out of intensive psychiatric care. And lastly, and I think even most importantly to their work, they are the team that addresses climate and culture working with the administrator. Just last year, our mental health support teams led the initiative to present the Diffusing Disruptive Behavior modules to their staff. That work continues with every new employee that comes in as an instructional support member. They provide ongoing staff development for mental health awareness. Some of the topics have included addressing mental health needs in students, understanding mental health needs in students, emotional resilience practices for educators, mindfulness practices, building classroom communities. Our work would not be as effective without our partners. Horizon Behavioral Health has been a tremendous partner for us. We have outpatient counseling and case management services in our secondary programs and expanding to our elementary programs. And I'm very excited, Dr. Dewis and I are meeting with them next week to even talk about a grant expansion opportunity for mental health treatment in schools. Kids Haven is our grief counseling partner. I think that is particularly important. We have had many students who have experienced the death of a direct caregiver in the last few years, and Kids Haven has not only been responsive to provide resources directly to our counselors, but to those families as well. As I mentioned, we partner with the Bedford County Department of Social Services for our family support workers with a primary emphasis on truancy. And I'm very pleased to announce that as of this past week, we've submitted an application for the Virginia Career Advising course for Liberty High School in hopes to have an embedded member of the Virginia Career Advising Corps dedicated specifically to increasing college application and enrollment for underserved and economically disadvantaged students. So last, I'd like to conclude with just a discipline snapshot. Again, through November, I pulled referrals by, it's now referred to as incidents in our new system, and the number of suspensions. And so I share this simply to say, I would love to see those numbers much lower than they are, obviously. But I do feel that the work of our administrators in thinking about alternatives for students, positive and responsive practices, the work of our teachers to build stronger and more meaningful relationships and provide opportunities for social and emotional learning have resulted in improvements for our discipline responses overall. So that being said, questions?
Questions? Okay, Dr. Mealy.
I don't have a question, Ms. Robertson, but I do want to say I have been speaking to students as well, and I do know they feel so much more supported than they did a year ago, especially 18 months ago, with regard to the social and emotional support that they get. I really like the fact that while we're supporting them and we're supporting staff, everyone's being held accountable for their piece of the pie in terms of how we all move forward to a better place. So I think that's a really important part of this program. And keeping our kids in school, even if it's an alternative to suspension where they need to be, where it's better for them to be, I think is just wonderful. I'm really excited about the, I'm sorry I didn't catch the name of the college person you get to support students in college applications. I think that can be very daunting for disadvantaged children especially, and they don't necessarily have someone who can help them. They might want to help them, but that can be very intimidating to a person who hasn't had a lot of education. So that I'm really thrilled to see that. And thank you.
I hope we'll get that.
Yeah, I hope so too, because that would be just wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. We're really excited about that.
In Stewartsville, I could tell you so many families who that was just intimidating for them. So I think it would just be such a huge help. But I would like you to pass along from me to your staff thank you for the incredible work that they're doing. Like I said, I hear from students and I hear some of the same things. I feel supported. It's nice to know I can go talk to somebody. It's a very different atmosphere was just even a couple of years ago, so thank you for your hard work on that.
Thank you, I appreciate that. We've got room to grow, but we're moving in the right direction.
Other questions? Ms. Harrison?
Ms. Robertson, first of all, I have to echo a lot of the same sentiments that Dr. Beaton just shared. You know how passionate I've been about
Yes, ma'am.
behavior intervention program and providing that support for our schools. And I think we've done just that. And so I applaud you and your team for all of your hard work and
Thank you.
efforts and the vision that you have moving forward as well. I wanted to just ask for clarification, wanted to make sure that I understood that Otter River, I'm very passionate about.
Of course, I know.
We'll have a counselor full-time, you're considering that?
Yes, ma'am. That is, as part of my budget request, I've asked for some increases to elementary counselors.
Yeah, much needed. Thank you so very much.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to slide 12, I may have missed it, but if you'll help me understand here, the exit survey information.
Yes.
Talks about the administrator input, the teacher input. Is it parent input?
No, our service is focused on the performance in the school day. So we're not serving the child in the home in the way that might address behaviors in the home. So the intervention design specialist is addressing performance within the school day.
Is the parent aware that you're pulling the child to work with them?
We don't pull the child. We're working in the child's classroom alongside the teacher. And yes, the parent is aware when we are engaging in IDEA services.
So we're not connecting with them to see if they're seeing the same difference that admin and teacher? I guess I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I don't presume that those same behaviors may be present at home. So when what we are addressing are the behaviors that might be interfering with the child's learning or the learning of others. So when we are collecting the data on the improvement, we are collecting data based on the service that we provided. Now, the parent would be hearing the data reports of how the child is doing in school, so they would understand that improvement, but we're not directly intervening with the parent in that same coaching model because we haven't made the presumption that those behaviors are there. If the parent is seeking services for parental coaching or services to address behaviors in the home, that would be connecting them with one of our community partners. Thank you all.
Ms. Robertson?
Yes, sir.
First of all, great work.
Thank you.
Remembering where we were just a year, 2 years ago, this is amazing, the support that's provided. I was at Stanton River High School earlier today and ran into one of our team members who was going to be working one-on-one with the student with just a basic life skill that I think everyone in this room, I think most of us at least, would take for granted every day. And so, fantastic work. Just to amplify, a couple of points that I heard you make.
Yes, sir.
So this controversial survey that I keep hearing we're administering, we're not administering.
No, sir.
And the standards from Richmond that I've heard
The social emotional learning standards?
are also not being implemented.
Absolutely not. The counseling standards that we use to guide our work were developed in 2004. So they have been in place for a long time. The second framework that we marry with that, which is the American School Counselor Association Mindsets and Behaviors, really only has a few areas of expansion from those 2004 Virginia counseling standards. But we've got a crosswalk between those two. The few areas that are expanded upon are things like demonstrate the ability to delay gratification for long-term rewards, demonstrate the ability to overcome barriers to learning, create relationships with adults that support success, demonstrate empathy. So just 5 or 6 skills that were expanded with the Mindsets and Behaviors framework. But no, we have not included the social emotional learning standards from the Virginia Department of Education in our framework.
Okay, so you are, and your team, are implementing Bedford County values in our schools.
I think I'm going to say we implement a curriculum that is rooted in basic human responsibility, good citizenship, and appropriate social interaction skills. I won't presume what individual values may be held, but these are fairly universal practices when we're talking about successful citizenship and socialization with others.
That's fair. Thank you for clearing up that misinformation.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. All right. Item 3.05, update on challenged books. Dr. Woodford and Dr. Trosper.
Good evening, members of the board. We had several school board members reach out and request an update to the request at the last board meeting to consider the removal of 12 books from our school libraries. Dr. Trosper and I will be sharing the work we've done since that November request and possible next steps. First, during the November 11th public comment, a community member gave out packets that contained a list of 12 books that she felt should be removed from all of our high schools. Part of the information shared was that she had confirmed these books to be located in Stanton River High School, Liberty High School, and Jefferson Forest High School's libraries. The information on this slide was copied from that handout that was given to the board with her concerns for each of those books. The first step was to confirm that information, and Dr. Hoisington looked through our library catalog called Destiny for all of our schools and determined that the first book on the list was not in any of our schools. As you can see, 11 of the 12 books are in the Jefferson Forest High School library, 5 of the 12 are in the Liberty High School library, and only 4 of the 12 are in the Stanton River High School library.
Wow.
At the November board meeting, the school board indicated that they wanted Dr. Trosper and me to follow the policy we had for complaints about learning resources, which is policy KLB, which is linked here on this slide if you would like to refer to it. To summarize that, basically the policy indicates a multi-step process. And the first step is that a written or a verbal complaint is filed with the library media specialist, or if it's a classroom resource, the teacher. So again, that depends on where the item is located. If the teacher's using it in the classroom, the verbal or written complaint is given to them. If it's in the library, it's given to the library media specialist. When a complaint is filed with a teacher, the teacher will work with families that have concerns about that classroom required reading and look at options, and Dr. Trosper is going to explain that a little bit more. And if the library media specialist receives the complaint, then they consult with the building principal and Dr. Trosper to decide if the book should be removed from use. If in that step, the person who filed the complaint is not happy with the result or the decision of the library media specialist and the principal, and their issues are not resolved, a complaint should be made in writing using the request for reconsideration of learning resources, which is a form that's attached to the policy. While that complaint is being looked into, materials will remain in use during the challenge, but can be restricted for the student of the person who's made the complaint. The policy also indicates that only one book can be challenged at a time. If we get to step 2, a committee is formed with teachers, students, parents, the complainant, the principal, the library media specialist, and school board office staff. And they will meet to discuss the concerns with having the book in the library or classroom, or concerns about removing the book from either of those places. And then a decision is made. If the person who's made that complaint does not like the decision of the committee, then they can appeal that decision to the superintendent or his designee, and then in turn appeal to the school board. So that's the basic policy as we looked at it and defined it, and how we were going to move forward in looking at these concerns presented at the last board meeting.
Good evening. I'm going to start out by talking about challenges over the last few years. And so I've spoken with current and former secondary principals to discuss how book curriculum challenges have typically been handled and how information about learning materials is shared with our families. So some of our current and former high school principals have experience addressing these concerns over curriculum resources. Each year, typically 1 to 2 families will express concerns over content found in these learning resources. This has been in a variety of subject areas, not limited to novels. Each year, the schools are almost always able to resolve these issues at the school level. Typically, the parent will speak to the teacher and or the principal. The staff member will explain the reason behind the selection of the text and the literary value. And parents are given the opportunity to choose whether they would like their child to be offered an alternative assignment or continue using the current material. Now, for advanced placement and dual enrollment courses, procedures are slightly different, mainly because the requirements come from outside organizations not affiliated with Bedford County Schools. Novels for AP, for example, are chosen based on an approved list recommended by College Board, or because they've appeared on previous AP tests, or because they could be taught in a freshman or sophomore college classroom. Similarly, dual enrollment books are chosen with some guidance from CVCC. However, dual enrollment teachers have a fair amount of freedom to choose or create their own curriculum resources. In AP and dual enrollment courses, teachers still will attempt to work with families to provide alternative assignments while considering guidance from College Board and from CVCC. Schools reported that curriculum challenges for AP and dual enrollment are rare, and they also reported that syllabi for AP and dual enrollment courses typically contain statements that novels may deal with mature and or adult subject matter. Now, for English courses at all levels, so this is all levels, not just AP dual enrollment, most teachers will list novels that may be covered and request that families contact them with concerns. Some teachers even provide this information in a back-to-school handout. So after speaking to school staff and principals in situations where parents still are not satisfied with the school response after the initial contact, they are encouraged to follow division policy by completing the request for reconsideration of learning resources form. No challenges are on record at any of our schools, and none can recall any formal challenges. That's to say, typically they're handled at the school level and resolved to the satisfaction of both parties. Now I want to talk about the recent challenge that came from the November board meeting. So I did reach out to this community member who requested the books be removed from our libraries. At the board's direction, we have addressed concerns using policy KLB as our guide. I contacted the community member, I explained the policy, and since only one book can be challenged at a time, this individual requested that the first book to challenge is Beloved by Toni Morrison. So this situation is a bit unique, as the first step usually is addressed at the school level. Since the request was for books to be removed at the division level, I met with all 3 high school principals and library media specialists. In addition, I invited English teachers that use this book in their classes, and we discussed the policy and we discovered processes and how we would proceed. During this time, another parent reached out to me and challenged the removal of the book from the libraries. And this individual requested also to meet with principals and library media specialists. So this group met with both complainants this past Tuesday. We met at separate times and we listened to concerns about keeping and about removing the book. Collectively, the group is going to be making a decision over the next few days whether to keep or remove it in the library. I will follow up with both complainants in the next few days after the decision is reached. If either complainant disagrees, as Dr. Woodford shared, they can appeal, and at any time, or at that time, a committee will be formed that includes Dr. Woodford, librarians, principals, parents, and students, and the concerns will be discussed, and then a final decision will be made.
As Dr. Trosper and I have worked through this concern, we've noted some things that we believe should be considered by the instructional team and some things we think should be considered by the school board. For the instruction team, we're looking to update our list of approved novels and learning materials with the input of our teachers during the summer. We'll also ensure that there is consistency in the communication through the syllabi of novels that will be used in each classroom, and that parents understand that they can request an alternate assignment for their child if they wish. Finally, we're going to look at creating a process for adding new novels to this approved list moving forward to ensure that we have consistency in our 3 high schools. For the school board, we would like to ask to consider a policy revision to provide some clearer directions for challenges of reading materials at the school, but also at the division level. Who can make that challenge and what the process is to notify all parents in the school if a book is challenged or removed from the library or the classroom. I think it's important to note that Dr. Trosper and I have done a lot of reading and studying
And anytime we decide to remove materials based on one person's disagreement, we're then essentially violating all the other parents who may wish for their children to read that material. So it's a lot for us to think about. In addition, one of the things that we think may be helpful is if we can work with Dr. Hoisington and our librarians to determine a way in our library system, Destiny, for parents to register to receive notification regarding all books that their child may check out, so that parents who wish to monitor that closely could get those notifications, and parents who are fine with whatever's in the library and their child reading it don't have to receive those notifications. So we ourselves are looking at how to streamline some of our processes, but I would ask that the board work with us to possibly work with Wade Anderson for a policy revision, just to clean our policy up a little bit, to make it clearer for all who read it, because even Dr. Trosper and I had to kind of weed through some things. So we're happy to answer any questions you may have at this time. This is where we're at in the process, and we can continue to keep you updated.
Board members, questions?
Actually.
Okay, Ms. Kirby.
Dr. Trosper, when you were speaking earlier, you mentioned something back with the dual enrollment of the disclosure of content.
Sure.
Could you explain that a little bit further?
So as I talked to the principals and they reached out to their department chairs and just kind of asked, well, what is the process for notifying parents about texts that are being read in their class? And so, particularly for AP and dual enrollment, those are pretty advanced, and those are more likely where you're going to see some of the novels of concern because of the mature content matter. And so typically, there's a statement, and I want to make sure I'm not saying every single class has this, but a lot of them have cited this, that there's a statement that says these novels may contain or may deal with mature and or adult subject matter. So it's kind of a disclosure statement in advance, just notifying families that if they want to look into that, they want to let them know up front. So, and that's one of the things Dr. Woodford and I have talked about. That seems like a practice we want to make sure is happening division-wide consistently. And I'm sure it is, but we want to make sure that every single classroom is doing that.
And as far as the adult or the questionable content,
sure,
we'll put it that way. What standard are you using for measurement to determine what is questionable?
With AP and dual enrollment, the College Board actually has a list of novels that are approved, that have been reviewed by those that work with colleges. And so that essentially says this is college level reading, and this would be acceptable as part of a college course. So that is where college or AP courses traditionally come from. Dual enrollment, there's quite a bit of freedom for the teachers to choose that. CVCC gives some guidelines, but not many. In asking that question about other English classes, a few years ago, I guess there was an approved list for Bedford County. That's been a while. There is a need to update that so we know what's going on, so that when teachers do select novels, they can choose from that list. And so some schools were very aware and used it, some schools not as much, and that's part of the process that we realize we need to improve as we move forward.
And I would just like to say, Mrs. Kirby, I think you asked a good question. And when we spoke to our librarians, one thing that's very clear is there is no basic level of standards that everyone can agree on, because what I believe may be inappropriate may be different than what you as a parent believe is inappropriate. So that's why we feel that based on some of their research, we believe that parents should have that right to monitor their child's what they're reading. But we're trying to figure out how to do that without also limiting what another parent may feel is okay for their child. So we feel like being very transparent about what books are going to be used in the classroom, notifying parents, about what kinds of books their child is checking out if the parent wishes that, or if the parent wants a flag on their child's account. And we don't really have all the answers right now. We're really trying to do as much research as we can so that we make the right decision. But there really isn't a standard that is easy to check off which books would fall into what category.
Yes, Dr. Hicks.
Dr. Prosper, if there's an approved list for AP English courses and students are expected to read those books, if they don't, are they put at a disadvantage on the AP test?
I certainly think there's an argument for that. And so the first step would be to try to find another book on that list. And if that can't be agreed upon, then I think it's important that the parents understand there's a chance that they're using books that are not recommended by College Board, and potentially they may not be as prepared for college. So that is a very legitimate concern, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I just want to jump off on that because Sandra Weaver contacted me, and I know you know her, and that is exactly what she said. She said if our students in AP go into the AP exam without having read the love, they will not get 5 on that exam. And as you know, colleges tend not to accept anything,
Sure.
but they like those 5s. I would just encourage the board members. This is a very difficult subject, and people have very strong feelings about it. But I would encourage you to read the book. I mean, I read the book. Has anybody else read the book?
Working on it now.
Yeah, I would encourage you to read the book, but I would also encourage you to visit. There's only one classroom in Bedford County right now that's using it, and that's Christina Childress' class. And I went there to talk to the students, to see what they did with the book, to see how they felt. And I have to say, I was so amazed at their thought processes, because there was one young man in the class who was a little quiet. The rest of the students were extremely verbal. And they made comments like this. I think it's important we read this book, Dr. Nealing. It's a very difficult book to read because what happened, this was based, of course, on a true story about Margaret Gardner. So what happened is difficult to process, knowing our history, because most of us didn't learn that kind of history. And they said, but it's important to know that. We have to have those open ideas. We have to be able to read things like this. Kids said, my parents are thrilled that I'm reading this book. They like this book. They think it's important that we read this book. Another person said to me that, she said, and this really hit home with me, she said, I am 18 years old. There are other people in this room that are 18 years old. I can vote. I can join the military. I can fight and die for my country. But you're going to tell me what book I can or cannot read? And I thought that was pretty powerful. A lot of the kids said, look, you're so worried about what's in this book. Do you understand how much worse what we see on the internet is? And you think you haven't been there? Another person said, that just held up the book, a young man. In fact, he was the president of the senior class. He said, this is a book. He said, it's causing me to think differently about how slaves were treated. But he said, it's not. He said, I'm not thinking about doing anything in that book. It's a book. I'm learning some things from it. Why do people reject this book? Especially people, they said, have people read this book? And I said, well, my guess would be a lot of them probably have not. And then one young lady said, you know what the problem is she happened to see that list. I don't know how she got it. And she said, that's all out of context. And she said, if you understand the character, and that's the heady thing about this book. You know, I'm going to call her C. That's how I pronounce the name of the main character. And she was a slave who was bought and sold. She was a very proud, independent woman, but slavery really reduced her, just dehumanized her to the point where socially, emotionally, and spiritually she was broken. When she was able to gain her freedom and go to Ohio, she could not let go, and that's what this is all about. Because you free me doesn't free me from what happened to me. It doesn't free me from the haunting of what people did to me. And
it really, it made her almost a prisoner of slavery forever because she couldn't separate what had happened to her from where she was at that point in time. I mean, to the point where she killed her daughter because she said, I would do anything because the master was coming, she was afraid the master was going to come back and bring her back to a sweet home. And she said, I'd rather my daughter be dead than go back to slavery. And the kids in the class understood all that. And they thought it was a very powerful read and that it was something that we needed to read. They also said things like, my parents want you to read this book. My parents think it's great I'm reading this book. Why does another parent object to me reading this book? My parents know it. They know the kind of language that's in there. They know what's being said. Why do they object? And they just had a lot of really, really good questions. And I just think that, you know, this is what I said to them. One person said, Dr. Mealy, we're reading this book now in first semester. We're supposed to actually read it in second semester because we're afraid the board's going to ban it. And I said, I remember, I went like this and said, all right, y'all stop a second. Hold on. Let's listen to those words. Dr. Mealy, I'm afraid we're reading this book now in first semester. We're supposed to read it in second semester, but we're afraid the board is going to ban it. And I added, in the United States of America. And they said, yes. And so the people, I told them this, and this is what I believe, whether you agree with me or not, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't agree with me, sir. It's okay to disagree. I believe in my heart that our preschools, our elementary schools, our middle schools, our high schools, our colleges, any institution of learning in this country is a nursery of democracy. And in a nursery of democracy, you have to allow a free marketplace of ideas. If you don't, what you're doing is exactly what a dictator does. What's the first bastion of dictator? Control what I see, control what I hear, control what I think. And we can't do that to our children. And parents, parents would have a choice. I don't want my child to read that book. That's okay. Your child doesn't have to read the book then. Oh, my child wear a mask. Excuse me, sir. Good. That would be great. Good. All right. So if a parent doesn't want their child to read the book, I don't have a problem with that. That's your child. I have a significant problem with you telling another parent who says, I want my kid to read this book. No, you can't read it, to the public at large. So I would just really ask those of us who have not read the book to read the book. It is a very difficult read. There's flashbacks, it's hard to follow, but if you can get into it, it just says a lot. And then I would encourage you to go talk to the students. These are kids in an AP class, and I was just overwhelmed by their maturity about this and the thoughts they were taking away. There was one African-American child in the class who said to me, it is important that everybody read this because people don't really understand what happened during the time of slavery. And it's important that they do. And you know, I don't look at it as that the white people were bad and the black people are victims. I don't look at it that way at all. What I look at it is the United States of America, that was not our finest moment at all. But we need to understand that, and our kids need to understand that, because that's the only way it's never going to happen again. But it's nobody's fault. It's not my fault. I wasn't there. It's not the kids' fault. They weren't there. But it is part of our history. And this book really brings to light what it actually did, again, to the social, emotional, and spiritual identity of a slave. It was such a powerful book. So I just encourage you all to read it and to speak to the students who are reading it, because I think we need to get them in here so you understand that they think it's worthwhile, and so do their parents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Dr. Trusper, you talk about the list for AP classes. Who sets that list?
The College Board is where they get their list.
And as Bedford County, have we ever challenged that list to give us alternatives?
I'm not aware of any challenge like that, no.
So we just take the list from the College Board?
Well, yeah, and that's, yeah, sure.
Okay.
That's what they're tested on. The books that are on that list will show up on the AP test for the children, so.
Well, I guess my question is like, maybe you can educate me offline of how does that board get elected? Who sets that board? And then how do they come up with these recommendations? I would think there's a choice, either you read this book or this book, but you're saying they have to read Beloved, is what you're saying?
No, I think what we're saying is there are a list of books that are recommended by the AP board and, or the College Board, I'm sorry. And I can get you more information. I don't want to misspeak, but I'm happy to do a little research into that and get that information to the entire board.
And on those books, around the authors of those books, is there any criteria for that?
I'm not sure I understand. Is there any criteria for selecting the authors?
Yes.
I'd have to get back to you. I've started to explore some of that. There's certainly some criteria that they encourage the teachers to select, but I don't really feel comfortable sharing that because I don't think I understand that process well enough. Certainly we'll get back to you on that, though.
Thank you. And this is more of a statement. Dr. Amelia, I hear you when you say those students are so enthusiastic about this book. Did they happen to mention that they were excited about or just as concerned when this board voted to change the dress policy last year, when we told them what they could or could not wear to school, that some were offended by and others were not?
We can have that discussion.
Right, so I wonder if
Well, I
we
don't
need
think
to
it would be
go, I'm
reasonable
sorry,
to do that.
I'm
No,
just,
you asked me a question, so I
but
get
you
to
just
answer
said you
it.
didn't review that. So I wonder if we would go to the next classroom, if they would provide feedback that would give us, you know, you guys made this change without asking us or worried about our concerns. And we certainly have parents come in here and tell us that the board chose to vote otherwise. So I think we need to keep an open mind as we continue to look at this list of books. I went back to the last meeting, and I know there were some parent groups that said that I had requested books to be removed or banned. My request was for them to be reviewed and for the staff to come back with a recommendation. So I want to make that clear. Not sure how that got turned into banned, but I do think that we do need to protect our children. And for those that are 18 or older, you're an adult, absolutely you should choose. But if you are under the guidance of a parent or guardian, that parent or guardian should be aware of what you're reading, period. And you should be able to, if it's in the library, so be it, but it needs to be a process of being checked out by the student and the parent. And it's not just the teacher's decision of, we're studying that. And as far as the classroom saying, we're doing it now because I'm afraid, the students didn't come up with that. And if you have any questions, check out social media. So that's all I'll say on that.
Mr. Chairman, I would say to you to talk to Christina, and I think she can verify that. I would say, again, go talk to the students in the class because that is what they say. You can't, unless the students are talking to you on social media or the teacher who was there, you really need to talk to them. And that is what they said.
But I'm not going to base my decision off of a classroom of 20 students when there's over 8,000 students in this system.
Well, I would agree with you, but I think what the whole point of this is that the parents in that class, according to what the students said, are thrilled that they're reading the book. My parents are glad I'm reading the book, so I just don't think it's incumbent upon us to say, no, Mr. Hill, your daughter can't read that book. That's what these kids are saying. My parents think this book is important for me, and I should read it. And then, one other comment that came to my mind was, what better place to read this, Dr. Murray, than this classroom where a teacher can guide us through this book, and we can talk to our peers about it. It's a very heady book. It's a difficult read.
Ms. Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Woodford, I have a question for you, just clarification. in terms of what you're asking us as a board, okay, to do. So can you revisit that with us again?
Basically, I'm just asking that you allow the staff to examine the policy and clean it up a little bit, to make the process clearer for those of us who are trying to implement the policy and for anyone that has concerns. And we have seen some really good models. It's not really changing what the policy does. It's just making it a whole lot clearer and defines exactly what the committee will do, what questions we would ask, what we would be looking into. And basically just to allow us to bring that back as a policy to look at for action as we're going through this whole process and looking at these books.
Okay, I do have a couple of other short statements and questions. First, I want to say to Dr. Mealy, thank you for taking the opportunity to go and listen to the students in the AP class. I think that's very valuable. While I didn't have that opportunity, I did have opportunities in which I received numerous phone calls from various parents and also former students and current students at various high schools that know me, that wanted to express their concerns. Now, I will say to you that Beloved is a book that I read many, many years ago. I've had the opportunity to sit in the lecture of Toni Morrison, and she is a very distinguished author and writer. And she does depict the life of a slave in a very horrific way. But whether you want to believe it or not, slavery was a horrific and awful life for anyone to endure. Now that may be hard for some individuals, but it is the truth. And I can speak to that from my own ancestors. Stories that I have heard passed down to me from my grandparents, that their great-grandparents told them. And believe me, there are lots of gaps in it because I am 64 years old and there are still many things that I'm still learning. So to deprive our children of the opportunity to learn our history, like it or not, good and bad and ugly, it is American history. And our children need to be taught. And you as a parent, you have a right. It is your right to make the decision as to whether you want your child to read any of these books. That's your right. You can be given that right, and you should utilize it. If you don't want them to read it, then they don't have to read it. But what a shame it is, because we are not preparing our children to compete in a global society. It's a global society in which our children are going to be working in and living in. And in order to be successful in that society, it's important that you understand the culture, the history of others. No one's pointing the finger. I don't blame anyone. I've heard some horrific stories growing up, but I don't blame anyone. How can I? How fair would that even be to blame any of you? But what an injustice it is for you not to want to learn and to understand. I look forward to further discussion. I look forward to helping our executive team, and I hope the other fellow board members will do the same, as we map out a pathway that's going to help our students and our children to be the best that they can be, to be good citizens. Thank you.
what's recommended regarding the subject of slavery for this list?
You mean, there's an alternative, an alternative list was provided, and that's part of our discussions. We want to look at that.
So there was an alternative that may not have as much graphic detail in it?
One of the complainants did provide a list that they believe was less graphic, yes, sir.
Okay. And then my last question, there were 12 books asked to be reviewed. We're on the first one and it's a month out.
Yes.
So I'm a little concerned that it's going to be a year before we complete all of this. Was there another plan for reviewing these books?
Well, we've talked about it, and we're trying to follow the policy, but we're also trying to make sure that we read and research each book so that we understand. It's hard evening reading for Dr. Trasser and I, so we will, if the board would like for us to try to step it up, we definitely can do that. If we could try to do more than, one book at a time. If that is the will of the board, we'll do the very best we can.
I'd like to say that this process must be a thorough process. It must be effective and efficient. And so I would incline to say no. We don't need to speed it up. We need to be effective and thorough in your study and your research.
And I will say, it did take Dr. Trasper and I some time to make sure we were understanding the policy clearly. So now that we kind of have that in our mind, we can definitely step up the timeline and go a little bit faster and still kind of look at one book at a time.
Are you going to be able to do that? Look at more than one book?
I just mean we'll try to do more than one book a month. We will do the best. I promise you we'll do a thorough job, and we will try to move our timeline along. It did take us a little bit longer just to get everybody organized and to talk through things with the librarians. Now that we have a process, I think we'll be able to go much quicker.
And you do have other things to do besides read novels all day, too.
Well,
But you kind of have another job.
Yeah.
Are any of the complainants, do they have a child in the only class that's reading this book?
The complainant that we received the complaint from doesn't have a child in the high school, and I think they're just a community member.
Okay. Because I am concerned too. We have a lot of things on our plate. I'm not saying this isn't important, it is, but it's also important for you all to be able to do what it is you need to do. This is part of it, I get it, but a parent in the class is not complaining. It's somebody else who's complaining. So I hope that you're able to balance what you need to do, which is one of these things, versus all the other things that you have, as well as have time for yourself and your family.
I don't think the complaint was just about that one class. I think it was about that the book was available and how we allow students to check those books out and make them available. So it's more than just that class.
If I could.
But if we have the capability of tagging the book and parents saying, I don't want my child to check this book out, then that's a moot point. The fact that they're in the library, it doesn't mean that every child's going to have access to it.
I didn't understand that all the libraries have that policy in place.
Well, none of them do. That's one of the things that I was saying, that we are looking into the possibility of doing that.
They have the capability.
We're looking to see if Destiny has the capability to flag those, and it would have to be a parent flagging and not us making that choice. My concern would be for me to make a decision about what's mature content or not, because then that's using, my standards. I will say, I think if we just look at books that are start with ones that are in all three libraries, because as you know in that list, we don't have all of these books in our libraries. So I think we could get through the ones we have in all three, and then we work with the ones that have them, the two that have them, and then the one that has the majority. I think that would also help speed up the process. We don't have to get so many people's schedules working, if the board is acceptable for us to move through the list like that.
rather than reach.
Excellent. And Mr. Chairman, do we get consensus on the board that if there is a parent that does not want their child to read a particular book, just send a note to
Yes.
the principal and the librarian so that that child does not have access to that book? Are you all okay with that?
Absolutely.
Is a parent a way to?
I think this may be something that needs to be brought up again for the new board in January to review.
No, I don't. I think we can make a decision that the parent can send a note to say, I want my child to read that book.
But that's not the final.
No,
The parent can do that today.
Yeah.
If we have consensus, we do a lot of other things on consensus. Right now, the
The
consensus.
board can do whatever they want in January.
Yeah, we're not gonna, if a parent has an objection, just send in a note, we'll take care of it for you. So I'd like something to have consensus for that, so parents will know, they have that option.
Okay, Dr. Neely?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Ms. Kirby?
I'm fine with that as long as we know that it's just on a temporary basis until it can be readdressed in more detail.
Parents can do that today, so.
Yes, absolutely. So, Mrs.
I don't understand what we need consensus on. The parent can already do that today.
I think we're affirming what parents can do.
We're confirming that parents can send a letter into the school.
Since some people don't think they can, we're just reaffirming that they can. So unless there are other questions, Dr. Woodford, I'm just very surprised to find out that after being told all of these books were in all of our libraries, to find out that really they're not. So from my count, there are 4 of the titles in the Liberty Library, in the Liberty High School. And there are
Five in the Liberty Hospital.
5 at Stanton Road.
4. Yeah.
Okay. So the initial complaint was kind of based on some faulty information to begin with. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one more thing. Could we also get some input? I'd just be interested in input from our attorney. And I have no idea, I'm not an attorney. Are there any, First Amendment issues going on here or anything like that? I'd just like to know if we decide something, what the law says about all this.
Yes, ma'am.
If anything. I don't know that it says anything. I'd just like to know.
So apparently Beloved was written when I was 4 years old. And I'm one of those people that never thought to read it until it showed up on a challenged book list, which apparently is very common when books are challenged. So many people go out to read them. And I'm about halfway through, and thanks to Ms. Childress and her class for hosting me and letting me sit in on a very mature adult conversation on this book. And like Dr. Neely and I think we went on different days, but I think we had very similar impressions from the students. Very mature. They handled this content, very difficult content, very well. I will say it is a challenging read. Kind of stream of conscious, all those flashbacks, things like that, very hard to follow. I keep hearing about this graphic content. I'm about midway through, and I haven't found anything very graphic, or at least maybe my idea of what graphic is and what other people's idea of graphic could be very different. But what I have discovered through this is very much to Ms. Hairston's point, a very vivid depiction of what slavery was like and the psychological effects that slavery had on the individuals who lived through it, and even to some degree descendants today that hear the stories. We talk about the impact that it had on Setha when she murdered her own child, and you think, oh my goodness, this is terrible. Children shouldn't be reading this. You go like 2 doors down to the courthouse, and you look in the clerk's office, and you look in the Bedford County death records. In that period before the Civil War, 1853, when Virginia started keeping vital statistics, there were a number of African American babies born into slavery who were listed as smothered. And if you look and do some research on that, smothered was something that many slave mothers did, like Setha, to save their children from slavery. So this isn't just some fictional account by some author, out there doing whatever. This is based on stuff that happened right here in our county. In some cases, maybe very close proximity to where we're sitting tonight. So if we want students to understand our history, an accurate history, not some sanitized version of history, but what really happened, then they need to read challenging books like Beloved, and they need to read other challenging books. It will push you outside of your comfort zone. I will admit, I don't particularly enjoy reading this book, but I'm reading it because I need to, and because I want to. And when you hear the AP students talking about it, they want to as well. And so I absolutely love the idea. Let's just remind families, if you don't want your child being exposed to other ideas, write a note, send it in, ask your AP teacher to give them an alternative assignment that may or may not be on the AP test. In my day job, I work with students getting AP credit, and I can tell you, College Board can be a little dictatorial sometimes. You can tell them, we're not reading this, but they don't care. They're going to still take that money for your test, and your child's going to get what they get, and they may or may not get any credit for it when they get to college. So there's that. And I guess my other question is, how far are we willing to push this? Because once we start going down that rabbit hole, there's a whole lot of the Western canon. When you cut through the Elizabethan English, Shakespeare's got some pretty racy stuff in there. Odysseus took 10 years to get back home from the Trojan War, and I don't believe his wife knew everything that was going on. Mrs. Butler had us translate portions of the Aeneid, Aeneas and Dido. So I'm just curious.
Well, sex and violence and
Absalom, my son. Where do we draw this line? How are we going to determine what, as a society, we're going to let children be exposed to and what we're not? How much are we going to challenge them? And are we just going to stick with safe books? I mean, if we're sticking with safe books, I think we basically have the Little House on the Prairie series, and even then, I mean, and it's not just from that side. I had a group of students reach out a couple of years ago, wanted to ban Of Mice and Men. And I'm not a fan of book banning of any sort. It's about context, and that's why I'm glad we have teachers like Ms. Childress and Stanford High School today. Some of the classes are reading Fahrenheit 451. I guess we're trying to get all the controversial books in we can, while we still can. But yeah, we have to be very careful where we go with this. And so I applaud the work that you and your committee are doing to make sure that children are still exposed to the classics. They're well prepared for the AP exam. They're well prepared to live in a globalized world. And if there's anything that I can continue to do, I'm happy to make sure that children still have access to literature. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you both. Get back to reading. All right. So having concluded all of the staff reports before the dinner break, we will move on to additional action items. 22-23 calendar approval, Dr. Woodford.
So at the November 11th school board meeting, 4 options for the 22-23 school calendar were shared. And I also shared the feedback on the calendar options that was solicited through a survey during the month of October from all staff. And I reported that calendar C was the one that received the highest choices. And Mr. Hill raised some concern that in that calendar there were no teacher work days. And so very wisely, he asked that I resurvey just the teachers and ask for input. And based on the feedback from teachers, I'm now recommending calendar D. It does include a later start day, which is what I believe that teachers liked about calendar C. There are also professional development days and teacher work days are in that calendar as a recommendation. One of the things that in the comments from the teachers in what they were sharing is that they want work days that are protected work days. And we have found that that's been very helpful for them. This year we've protected those work days. And so I would also add the caveat, if we were to go with calendar D, to protect those work days for teachers from any types of professional development or being pulled out of their classroom for an entire day to do professional development. So a little bit of a change from last month, but I feel like in this particular survey, teachers really do want to have those work days, and as long as they're protected. So that would be my recommendation, to go with calendar D.
Dr. Mealy.
Was everyone surveyed this time, or did we have a?
No, everyone was surveyed the first time, and that
didn't get very many answers. The percentage was low, I thought.
no, it was a pretty high. We had a pretty good response. We just had most of them wanted calendar C, and it was more about the late start date and all of that, but not teacher work days. It didn't have any teacher work days in it. And so when just asking the teachers, because in that first survey I didn't ask anyone to identify, if they were a teacher, a para, or bus driver. I asked principals just to share the exact same survey with just their teachers. And I had a fairly good response. 320 teachers responded. And overwhelmingly, the choices were calendar C and D. And a lot of the comments were, I choose calendar D if the work days were protected. But so I think the reason people pick C is because they don't feel like work days are protected, so why put them in? And so that's why our recommendation would be, we know how valuable those days are, and we also know how valuable professional development is. And so it was a good point that we re-looked at that survey. And so this would give us both things, professional development and work days.
Questions, comments?
Yes, me too. Thank you.
Well, then, do we have a motion on a calendar for the 22-23 school year?
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve calendar D.
Okay, Mr. Hill was first out of the gate, but would you be willing to second?
Sure.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Hill to approve calendar D, and we have that seconded by Dr. Hicks. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, call for vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Calendar D is approved unanimously for the 22-23 school year. So make your vacation plans now. Okay. Program of Studies update. Dr. Trosper.
Last month, a proposed draft for the program of studies for the following school year was posted for your consideration. So this evening, I'm bringing it back to the board as an action item. So I'm seeking approval so that course registration can begin starting in January of 2022. Before asking for approval, I do have three fairly minor adjustments that I'd like to bring since the last board meeting. The first is we had proposed starting a new CTE course called Business Management and using that as a replacement for Principles of Business and Marketing with the thought that it essentially covered the same competencies, so it wasn't necessary. We've had further discussions, and what I would like to do is continue the recommendation of Business Management, but instead of removing Principles of Business and Marketing, keeping that as part of the program of studies and allowing schools that opportunity. So it doesn't change anything, we just would ask that we do not remove that as I proposed in November. So that's the first. The second one is all references to the word learner were changed to student with some exceptions that was brought to my attention. I would ask that I change the word learner to student. I think there's 5 exceptions to that, so I would just change that so it would be consistently students throughout the document. And then finally, there's a few places where it says students and references to personalized learning, and I've received a request to change that to individualized or customized. I can do that, but there's one exception that I just want to bring to your attention. At the beginning of the program of studies, there's 4 goals of Bedford County, and that was voted on by previous boards. I would hesitate to change that use of it, but what I will say is we are going through the process of revising that through our strategic framework, and that will be addressed very soon, which I believe January, Dr. Bergen's going to talk about. So again, just very quickly, uses of the word learner, change that to student. If there's uses of the word personalized, we would change that to individualized, and then we would keep Principles of Business and Marketing instead of removing it as I suggested in November. But other than that, we'd like to bring that for approval.
Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve the program of studies as amended per Dr. Trosper's explanation.
Okay, so Ms. Kirby moves to approve the amended program of studies as presented. Okay. Need a second. Okay, final discussion. All right, hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Program of study as amended is approved. Thank you, Dr. Prosper, for your team and all your hard work on this. HVAC project bid approval, Dr. Dewis.
Thank you. The Bedford County Public Schools capital improvement plan includes upgrades to the heating and cooling systems at 6 schools in the near future. Bedford Elementary, Boonthor Elementary, Forest Middle, Goodview Elementary, Montvale Elementary, and Thomas Jefferson Elementary School. Roof membrane replacement is also specified at 4 of those schools, Bedford Elementary, Forest Middle, Goodview, and Thomas Jefferson. Wiley Wilson, a local engineering firm, did a great job completing the design specifications for all these projects. And bid documents were advertised back on November 9th. So we received bids this week on December 7th, so that we could consider the ability to move forward quickly. Many firms could have time to procure the labor and parts they needed to do this work next summer. And so attached in the board docs section is a sheet that outlines all the bids we received. We had bids from 4 companies. One of them withdrew their bids after some confusion about the specifications. So the 3 bids going forward are all, the 3 companies bidding on any of the jobs are listed. 1 firm bid on all 6, and 2 firms bid on only a portion of the jobs. This industry, like so many, is facing some real challenges for supply chain issues, labor supply. The firms are busy. The economy is moving quickly and rapidly. They're in high demand. We opened bids, and the total amount of the low bids is approximately $4 million over the budgeted target cost that we had in mind based on very recent cost estimates. We talked to the engineers and said, $4 million, that's a lot of money. Total about $14 million instead of 10 that we were anticipating. Why? Why is this happening? And there are some just reasons, most of them much bigger than what's in our control that are at cause, we think, including supply chain pressure for parts and equipment, federal wage requirements, which were part of these projects because they're paid for largely with the ESSER funds, demand for HVAC services, which is high right now, and the fact that we are asking this work to be done on a fairly condensed schedule when kids are not in school. So what we're asking for tonight is for you to authorize us to move forward with the low bids, authorize us to enter into contracts with these companies, pending available funding, which would mostly be federal and local funding. We need to analyze that funding level to determine whether there's enough to do all 6 of them. I'm worried that there's not at this point. But we only opened bids on Tuesday, and we really haven't had a full chance to analyze that. But if the board approves this pending funding availability, we will be able to move forward on absolutely as many as we can. And so we have prioritized these projects based on need, and they're listed on the attachment in that order. And so if funding is not available for all projects, it's recommended that we begin at the top of the list and go as far down it as we can. Maybe that we can complete 5 of them, maybe that we can complete 4 of them. Maybe possibly complete all 6, but we're gonna have to do some work to figure that one out. But in order, and by the company who is the low bidder, I'll just read the list. And then, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Top of the list would be to award, be able to enter a contract with Waco for Forest Middle School, about $3.5 million. To go in contract with Moores for Boonesboro Elementary at almost $1.5 million. And then enter into contracts with Waco again for the remaining projects in the order listed. Montvale about $1.8 million, Bedford Elementary at $2.4, Thomas Jefferson at $2.6 roughly, and Goodview about $2.5 roughly. And there may be some slight increase in those total costs due to commissioning, which is the testing of the system when it's operational by a third party, and any contingency costs there might be, but we don't anticipate those to be extremely large. So be happy to answer any questions you have about these projects. We were somewhat disappointed these numbers were higher than we hoped, but we have it here in front of us, and now we can move forward with as much as we can.
All right, so Ms. Hairston and Ms. Kirby.
Dr. Lewis, can you just review for me once again the order of, in terms of priority? You said Forest Middle School?
Forest Middle School and Boonesboro Elementary are at the top of the list, with Montvale close behind. Those 3 have experienced failure this year in one fashion or another. Bedford Elementary would be next. It also has had some failure over the past couple of years. We've been able to repair it. Thomas Jefferson and Goodview are slightly younger systems than those other 4 by 4 or 5 years or so, and can be carried along a little bit longer in their current state if we need to.
So, and I'm sure we've already shared this with us before, so excuse my age. What money, what are the monies that we have? What's the funding that we currently have? What's that dollar?
Complex. We're looking at, for the 4 units, for the 4 schools that were done over the summer, there was a ARP HVAC grant that came out late last year, or late this year, for $1.8 million, but requires a local match. So the county will be picking that up as appropriating that money, actually Monday night. They agreed to it, they just never formally did it, so they'll be there, I'll be at that meeting. So the 1.6 and 1.8 went together to really to do all the projects this past summer. And then there's a little bit of that money left over to apply to these, so that's a little bit. The other funding would be the ESSER funds, ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, and looking at what we're spending in ESSER money in our operating right now, leaving some ESSER money, our CARES Act money, available for the 23 and the 24 year for learning loss. I don't think we want to use all of that and move it all over here. So we'll have to work through our budget on that. I do believe between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3, I looked at it real quickly to, when we got the bids in, I think we can do 4. I'm pretty confident we can get 4 of them done. The other 2, I just don't know at this point. So it is CARES Act money, if you want to refer to it as ESSER 2, ESSER 3, and some leftover money from the HVAC projects that we did not use over this past summer. We'll have to use some additional local money to match that 1.8. And I will be going to the Board of Supervisors and bringing it to our board in January, reappropriation of our leftover money from last year. A little over $3 million. $2 million would go to textbook, $1.1 million going to our maintenance reserve. So over the next few years, there will be local money, but we were hoping to do some other projects, so we're going to have to rebalance that going forward if these need to be done and some other things might have to be pushed off. I hope that answered your question, but we want to make sure when we go through our operating budget and we leave enough money in 23 and 24 to accomplish some learning loss and not put it all to the age.
Makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Harrison asked one of my questions, and, so thank you. But when you're talking about holding CARES money back for the learning loss, how much are you talking about holding back?
I've calculated that what we're spending in personnel and other things that we're doing for our current year, we're spending about $2 million this year of ESSER funds. And so, do we want to hold back $2 million for the next 2 years each? That would be $4 million. We hold back $1 million. I think we have to wait to see how our whole budget looks in our operating and how much we may need of that money and what we want to accomplish next year. So instead of signing a contract to go forward and committing that money, seeing what our local and state monies look like on our operating, and then moving forward maybe on those other two. Real quick cut, if we spend the $2 million this year as I'm projecting, and I'll give the board an update on second quarter forecast in January. If we spend that, we do these 4 projects, perhaps we have $4 million left of ESSER money for the next 2 years to spend on operations.
And another question, Dr. Dillis, it looks like Waco really wants the business. Have you gone back to them to see if they could give us a better price on Boonesboro than what Morris offered?
Well, we
So
really.
they can give them price, so we can give them all of it.
That's a good question. And Waco, you may remember, is the firm it's giving Forest Middle a jump start with a couple units. They won that bid as well. I think in a closed bid process, we really have to honor the number they give us. So, Morris gave a lower number in that process, and so we need to honor that just with that procurement method.
Dr. Lewis, is there any way for us to do similar to what we do with Forest Middle School as far as ordering our own supplies and then letting them install it to save those tax dollars? Is that an option?
Owner direct purchase.
Owner direct, I couldn't remember the exact terminology.
Yeah, that was a model that was very successful with Forest Middle School. We had never used it before. We have not approached Waco yet because, we need approval in order to do that. So we certainly can discuss that with them as a model.
Would that had to be part of the or bid process, us notifying them that that's what we were planning to do?
I don't know that it had to be. I think it could have been, but I don't know that it had to be. We'll discuss it with them if this is approved tonight with both firms.
I'll double check with legal on that. I don't believe so. You're just saving on sales tax there. It's still the same bid for ordering rather than them. A lot of them like to order their own parts, so that's a preference in other construction. With the
Sales
overall
tax
project
of
at
14
Forest
million.
Middle, excuse me,
Sales tax on 14 million could pay for one of these, right?
a lot of that's labor too. So it's not all materials. When we did it for Forest Middle, we also had a management company helping us balance that out. But watching what we did there, I think it makes sense to really do it on the big equipment. A lot of little invoices coming in for $10 is kind of a lot going through our system in pain. So I think on some of the bigger equipment stuff, we'll try to negotiate that into there. And I'll make sure legal that I'm fine with doing that without violating the bid process. I want to make sure I don't violate that. That's a good point.
Just frame of reference on Forest Middle, those savings were between $250,000 and $300,000 on $20-some million. So it's 1% or more in that case, and we were pretty aggressive with it. Had some people helping us, had our construction management helping with it. So, certainly to our advantage if we can.
Other questions, comments? All right, well, do we have a motion to approve the low bids?
So moved.
All right, have a motion by Mr. Hill to approve the low bids. Yeah, do we need to do each one?
I do, just say low bids.
I think they're presented very clearly in the attachments, I think one motion.
So the low bids as presented. Okay. Do we have a second on that? All right. Second, Ms. Harrison, you go first. All right. Any final discussion?
Yes, I just have one question. What was it, Dr. Dugas, you said that you just said that there's something about pending.
Yeah, your approval of the low bids would allow us to enter contracts with these companies as listed, pending available funding. And that really is kind of a matter of course. It's written into all the materials anyway. But I just wanted to make sure you were clearly aware, by approving the low bid on all six, we may not get to enter into all six. We may only enter into a portion.
My question is, do we need to say pending the money or?
I think we certainly can add that to the motion.
Would you like to amend your amendment? Sure. Okay. So Mr. Hill is amending his motion to include the word pending.
That is correct.
Okay. Still good. All right, still seconded? All right, so any final discussion? If not, all those in favor of the amended motion using the word pending, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Amended motion is approved unanimously. Look forward to hearing about more comfortable schools in the future. And I hope.
And Ms. Harrison and I are going to go walk Boonesboro Halls once it's done.
You'll be able to run and not even break a sweat.
I don't know about that.
That's great, and I hope the schools will also be given some control on temperature in their schools and the ability to adjust temperatures if things get too hot or too cold, or the fan comes on at inopportune times. Because it feels good after freezing in the other place for years. All right. Ms. Jennings, SEAC nominations. Please join us in the center of the room.
Good evening, board members. As the liaison between the Special Education Advisory Committee and the school board, part of your information tonight is to consider the candidates for SEAC membership as presented by the SEAC. These candidates were reviewed and recommended by SEAC members. As an advisor to the SEAC, I am not involved in the selection and vetting of any candidates for membership and only serve to present them for your consideration tonight.
Any questions or discussion? And we do have the names and brief bios of all of the nominees this time, so it's great to get to know some of these individuals. Thank you for the SEAC for doing that for us.
I have a question. How many members are on the committee?
Oh, you would ask me that. We can have up to, I think it's 19 members. Right now, I think we're sitting at about 10. We're always looking for parents as well as students and community service providers.
And I know Ms. Brown, and that is a fantastic choice for the state representative.
Great choice.
Absolutely. All right, well, if there's no further discussion, do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adopt SEAC nominations as presented.
Dr. Mealing moves that we adopt the SEAC nominations as presented. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hairston. Any final discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Great. Nominees are approved, and your committee just got a little bigger. All right, thank you. Policy updates presented at the November 11th board meeting. Dr. Cornett.
The last board meeting, we presented 18 policies for information. Are there any questions or concerns from the board before we take action?
Yes, okay, so policy GCL, that's the professional development. According to Article 8, Section 2 of the Constitution, we are supposed to, this is required as per the General Assembly, but I only see the word provided except in the very last part where it says mental health awareness training is required. So and I've had brought this up before, I brought it up last year as well. When you look at even the first two parts, Bedford County Board provides a program of high quality professional development. It provides teachers and principals with high-quality professional development programs each year in these areas, which are pulled right out of the code. But that doesn't mean, because you provide it, doesn't mean that it's required. So are we not requiring our staff to be participating in professional development? I mean, like it's required for the school board members and the superintendent, principals, and teachers.
It is, they are provided. Do I know that every single staff member does every single one of these every single year? That is not the case.
Right.
This is the VSBA recommendation, that it does say provided, and that it does require, the addition was the yellow part, required to complete mental health training awareness. So I guess you're asking that it say required, not provide?
Right, because I'm just wondering, if you tell me it's provided, that does not necessarily mean that I have to do it. But I think this division.
But I think if you say required, wouldn't it mean that every single teacher would have to do every single one of these? Every single.
You could always amend that to say in some of the following areas. Here's my question. Okay, the ultimate goal is to have high-quality professional development under the code, under the Virginia Constitution. So what do we do to ensure that our teachers, that all of our teachers at some time or another have had quality professional development? Like, how do we be sure, like even the board members, how are we sure that each person is actually getting professional development? How do we make sure that our teachers are getting it? How do we make sure our principals are getting it? I don't want to be mistaken and have people think I need to tell you what you need professional.
Right. We try to provide.
You need it.
We try to provide in these areas every single year, and we document how that's provided. Some of those things, when teachers come into the system, things that are required and things that are documented. It is not, however, documented for every single teacher in every single category.
So we really don't know if teachers on a professional development day, suppose you have an independent professional day, that they are in fact acquiring some professional development. All we know is we provide.
Well, we know what they have signed up for. We know what we've offered. Do we know that they have completed all of the ones on this list? That's what we don't know.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they should. It's in the following areas. So
I would be happy to revise it if that's what you're asking.
I guess what I want to know is how do we follow that our teachers have all at one time or another received professional development within the calendar year? If I asked you, did Susan Johnson have professional development, would you know whether she did or not?
Well, through Unified Talent, we do track in Unified Talent, and everything gets rolled to their transcript for renewal, because every 10 years they have to have their points for renewal. And it is all tracked in that system, and the courses that they take within that system, even on professional development days, are registered in there, and their attendance is registered.
Okay, so does someone then check that? Does a principal at some time check that to make sure everyone in his or her building has in fact received professional development?
Has received professional development at all?
At all, yeah. Because if it's every 10 years, I can take all the points I need in the last year.
Well, from the days we provide every single year in those professional development days, teachers are participating in those days that are dedicated to professional development.
All of our teachers are doing that.
Unless they would be absent on all of the days.
Yeah, I'm assuming that someone's sick, that's a different story.
Yes, they're participating.
They are participating, it is,
And
it's provided, but
the administrators are monitoring that, and they're making sure that they attend the sessions that are provided. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I feel good about all that.
Okay.
I guess what I would add, Dr. Mealy, it does say in the policy that all instructional personnel are required. It does have the word requirement there to participate each year in professional development programs. So those are a statement of requirement there. And as Dr. Galvin was stating, through our unified count, particularly the professional development module, we have various individuals through departments that actually send out to our employees those trainings that are required, whether it be Title IX or coronavirus or instructional kinds of things. And they are actually represented within the individual's personal required training site that they go to.
Okay.
And as Dr. Calvin was saying, the transcripts that they've completed those trainings go into their own record, and we can actually run reports regarding those that were assigned them and whether those required trainings were in fact completed.
And the principals do run those reports on things like bloodborne pathogen, Title IX.
Right.
Those trainings, they run those reports and check. Or we send the report to them and we check to make sure those things are completed. But just on some of these things that are more, you choose this or you choose this, that's where they might not be provided every single one, every single year.
Right, yeah, I just want to make sure that they are getting some, so that's fine.
They are getting it.
Thank you. Policy JFCF, and that was the drugs in school. I wanted to know, after the first section generally, it has 4 bullets down there, and it says that no person may manufacture, sell, distribute, or possess with intent to sell, give, or distribute any controlled substance or imitation controlled substance while, and the 3rd bullet says, on any school bus. So my question is, just because you know this, who should I be talking to? I'm so sorry.
Dr. Dewis.
Okay, I'm really sorry. Because it's good. On any school bus, I just wonder, do we need to say, or any other type of school transportation? Because I don't know anymore, are students transported via a van at any time or a car? Because I could see a child getting in trouble and saying, well, it was not a school bus. So I just wanted to know whether we actually transport kids.
We have a few students who ride in cars to and from school each day in special circumstances, and we also use sometimes other vehicles for extracurricular students who can fit on smaller vehicles. So there are instances where it's not a bus. So.
Do you all have an objection to adding, or just saying any school transportation, or let them figure out a wording for that so that we're covered with all that?
I think we could substitute the word transportation for bus to cover anything.
Yeah, however you want to do that, it's fine. I just wouldn't want us to be caught in a situation where, well, we're not really on a bus. And I have one more, JFCA, and I'm sure some people will say, oh my gosh, Susan Lee, but I am bringing this up because quite a few of the other policies, if you read them, had edits in them to correct punctuation things. So on JFCF, CA, excuse me, it is the teacher removal of students from class, and it has criteria for removal. It had 4 bullets. We are now down to 1 bullet, so it should be criteria. Criteria is singular, criteria is plural. And so it would need to be fixed there. And then in that sentence, the final sentence in that area, when the above criteria has been satisfied. Oh, and I just have one question. JFHA, who is the compliance officer? Any harassment or retaliation is reported to the compliance officer?
It depends on whether it is, if it is the student, it is Scott Simmons. If it is a personnel, it is Fred Connor.
Okay, thank you.
And those are listed on the website. All the compliance officers are listed on the website.
Thank you. And then the record keeping, who maintains those records for the 7 years that we're required to do that?
And JF, are you still in the JF?
I am in the
GBA, JFHA? That would be Dr. Connor.
Okay. Just wanted to know that. All right, thank Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Other questions? We did just have one, I'm trying to find the right one now, yes. Post policy GBG, I am so excited. This one is coming up for approval, and I hope to never hear about other staff members that are denied their First Amendment rights or that are bullied, harassed, punished for their personal political views ever again. So looking forward to voting on that one especially. All right. We made it work for you. All right, so we have a motion to approve the policies.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Dr. Hicks. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Mealy. Any final discussion or questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Ms. Johnson, would you please poll the board?
Ms. Hairston?
Yes.
Dr. Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Hill?
No.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mrs. Kirby?
Yes.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
The ayes have it.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Now concluded all the action items for tonight, so Superintendent's report. Dr. Bergen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. In the months since we were last together, our students and our staff have continued to do amazing things. Tonight, I'd like to recognize some of those accomplishments, beginning with our thespians at Stanton River High School. The Stanton River High School Theater's one-act cast and crew took second place at the Region 3D Theater Festival. Layla Crutchfield was also honored with Outstanding Actor Award. Congratulations to Layla and to Stanton River. You advance that for me, thank you. Sticking with our thespians at Jefferson Forest High School, the Cavalier Theater Program was named VHSL Region 4D Champions for their production of The Comedy of Errors. Sky Evans received Outstanding Actor Recognition, and Sarah Lynn Laux and Paul Reed were honorable mentions, and they'll now be competing at the state championship at Monticello High School on the 11th of December. Congratulations to our JFSPs. Liberty High School's Gene Willis was just named one of the Regional Outstanding Economic Educators by the Virginia Council of Economic Education. This award honors innovative and engaging approaches to teaching entrepreneurship, economics, or personal finance at the K-12 level. And it was earlier just this evening that she was recognized virtually during the 2021 Economic Educator Awards. So congratulations to Ms. Willis. If you don't recognize this young man up on the screen, that is Coach Sean Leonard from Stanton River High School, head football coach. He has been named Coach of the Year for the Blue Ridge District for this season. Coach Leonard has led his staff and his student athletes through challenging times, finishing this season with a 4-6 record, making the playoffs for the first time in 4 seasons. When he was asked about his honor, Coach Leonard was quick to deflect and acknowledge his assistant coaches and his student athletes who have worked hard over these last 3 years to get to this point. The team had 5 All Blue Ridge District Award recipients, as well as 2 All-Region 3D selections. So congratulations, Coach Leonard. We continue to be so very thankful for our partnership with the Bedford Area Education Foundation. Board members, as I think you're well aware, the foundation awards thousands of dollars each year in grants for our teachers' classroom needs. Recently, and congratulations to Julie Arthur for applying for and receiving from Montville Elementary School and Linda Sylvie at Forest Elementary School grant awards. Ms. Arthur is building up her classroom library with more books for her students with her award, and Ms. Sylvie is creating calming corners for children across the school. Recently, it was my privilege to attend the Bedford American Legion Post 54 regular meeting held on November 23rd. I was there to meet the Legionnaires and ask them in our strategic planning conversations the same two questions that I've been asking anytime I'm engaging with the community. What is it that you love about our school division? What are our strengths we can build upon? And what are some of the challenges, what are some of the questions or concerns you have, which are challenges we can address together? That was the purpose of my attending. But when I arrived, I was just so pleased to see that the room was full of some of our students, because it just so happened at that meeting, the Legion was recognizing our students who had participated in the Boys State program or the Auxiliary Girls State program. And they were there to share their experiences. So all four of the boys who had attended Boys State and one of the three girls were at the Legion meeting and spoke about their experiences. So the pictures are a little small up there, but if you know them, you would recognize McKenna Garrett from Liberty High School, Landon Epperson and Theodore Liu from JF, John Payne from Liberty, and Daniel Terry from Stanton River. And as I listened to the students talk about Boys State, I shared with them it was a deja vu moment for me, because it was just about 40 years ago to the date that I was standing at that meeting, that I had stood in front of an American Legion meeting as a 17-year-old thinking the American Legions were sending me to Boys State, and listening to the students talk about their experiences. It was the very same experience I had had when I was a high school student. Also at the meeting, First Sergeant retired Lenny Hutton, who happens to be a Legionnaire, gave a report on Bedford County's junior ROTC program, which of course he leads with Lieutenant Colonel retired Matthew Payne. And they have the ROTC program has a very close relationship with Post 54 that supports them financially. As part of the presentation that evening, ROTC cadet John Payne was recognized as the recipient of the 2021 Gold Medal for Scholastic Excellence. So again, thank you to the Legionnaires for their support of our students, and congratulations to our students on their recognition. And sticking in that vein of patriotism, in closing, if you were not aware, this past Tuesday is technically the 80th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, which was, of course, a date which will live in infamy as expressed by then President Roosevelt. As the President also stated, with confidence in our armed forces and with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God. So I'd like to take this moment in my closing comments to recognize all of those who have defended our country and all those who have made the ultimate sacrifice as we look back on this date in our nation's history. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Congratulations to all of our students. Absolutely. All right, matters and concerns from the board. Continuing that in the table, Mr. Hill.
So again, Dr. Bergen, thank you for doing that each week. It keeps us from having to repeat. So I really like that feature that you're doing. So congratulations to everyone that was recognized tonight. The only comments that I want to make tonight is just to publicly thank Dr. Hicks and Mr. Johnson for your service. I appreciate the time that we've spent together, and I look forward to seeing what you guys do next.
Ms. Kirby.
Yeah, I'm
Are you
only,
going to piggyback?
yeah, well, I'm only the second one already. I'm sounding like a broken record. But thank you, Jason. Thank you, Dr. Hicks. Appreciate you. It's going to feel weird. Y'all been here since I've been here. It's going to be weird not having you here.
It'll be weird not being here.
But I do thank you and wish you the best on your future endeavors. And thank you to the parents for your continued patience and understanding during the bus driver shortage. I know how frustrating it can be to get a call the day before and you don't have a way to get kids to school. So thank you for your continued patience. And if you know of anyone, we found out we had 17 signed up for the driver training on Saturday. If you know anyone that would be interested in driving for us, send them out. The more the merrier.
Dr. Hicks is going to have some free time soon.
Yeah. The pay study. When were we going to hear from that?
They'll present February board meeting.
The February board, okay.
That's the date that I gave them.
Okay, perfect. And what am I hearing, what is the status of Saturday night at Stanton River? I know it's the Hall of Fame induction, which my niece is going to be inducted. I just had to slip that in there. But are they still on for that?
They are, yes, ma'am. One game was canceled, but they will push up all the games. Excuse me. So the ceremony will still be at the same time prior to the varsity girls' day.
Okay, thank you so much. And last thing is, I want to tell everybody, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year.
Ms. Harrison.
Mr. Chairman, well, I want to begin by just saying to both you and Dr. Hicks that it's just been an honor for me to serve alongside of you. I tell you, when I look at Jason, we go way back. I was actually his principal when he was at the middle school, and he was just one of my favorite students then, and he's still very much a favorite. I wish you the best, Jason. You've done a fabulous job, an outstanding job. Your heart, your compassion, your commitment to the students, to our school division, it's just wonderful, and I'm going to miss you. And for John, we served as principals together, and we had some debates over the years about various things, but your wisdom, John, is just amazing. Your calmness, I'm going to miss that. And I'm just so grateful to have served alongside you. And that's all I have.
And Dr. Hicks.
I attended the Cool View Christmas Cabaret at Jefferson Forest last week, and it was another outstanding performance by the JF Theater students. Kudos to Mr. and Ms. White for their efforts. I also attended the CBGS board meeting last week. Planning is underway for student selection for next year with a virtual program of the this year for prospective Bedford County students and their parents. Invitations for that will go out on December 17th. And as a final note, it's been an honor and a privilege for me to serve all the students of Bedford County and the citizens of District 3 for the past 9.5 years. I'm proud to have been a part of such an outstanding school division as this one.
Sir. Dr. Mealy.
I again want to also thank Dr. Bergen for the recognitions. That's just fabulous. We're not all repeating the same thing, and I think you do a better job than we did, actually, so thank you so much for that. I too, I don't even really know what to say to you all. I mean, you've given so much of your time and your life and your energy and your expertise to this division, and you will sorely be missed for your level-headedness. And Jason, you've done a great job as a chairperson. You were sort of in need of someone who could fill that job. So thank you so much for the job that you did with that. I know I'll miss the both of you. I feel like I've really kind of just gotten to know you. I just also appreciate the wisdom that you share with us and your cool heads. I've called John more than one time and Jason and and Wayne Lyle, you and simmer on down. So I appreciate that, and I'm just going to miss you both as well. I wish you the best, and you're going to be having dinner with your wife at the start of the next board meeting in January. I told you you had to go do something fun. I don't know what you're doing, but it needs to be something fun. So you need to pick out something. I also want to thank Mr. Edwards for his presentation for you all. So thank you, Mr. Edwards, for taking care of that for us. I appreciate that. I also want to thank Mom. I think the angel on your shoulder went out. Okay, so you had the devil and the angel went out. I also just want to ask, and you don't have to answer that at this time, Dr. Bergen, it's too late, I need to go home. Last month I asked about the OSHA remedy for staff that some staff were enduring personal abuse from some community members, and I asked about the remedy for that, perhaps under OSHA, or what a remedy could be for them. So could you just get with me and figure out if there is anything that can be done if that happens
Sure.
in the future? I appreciate that. And just because we're running late here. Dr. Dukes, I do have some, I appreciate your memo about the gas, thank you so much. But I do have some other questions about that, so I will get with you about how we can even refine that a little bit more. I just do have one question. Do we get our gas from a broker or an actual gas company?
We solicit bids each year
Right.
for fuel to lock in a price for the year.
Right.
When that makes sense to do so, we've
Right.
done that the last several years. Companies, some of them direct providers, some of them brokers who purchase from another vendor, will enter bids, and so we pick the lowest price.
Is that what's happening now, though? Are we dealing with a broker at this time?
I don't know that I can answer about their corporate structure, but I certainly can find out. We do have new bid information going out very soon, so that we can consider that in January for the next year.
Because I'm just concerned, I still remain concerned about that, and why even prior to the pandemic, we were periodically running out of gas. Also, just one more question, and I'll ask the rest when I call you. Is the tank at Huddleston been replaced, or is that still in the pipeline to be replaced?
It has not, and it is in the pipeline to be replaced.
Do we know when that will happen?
I don't have a date. We're also considering the tank at Stanford Middle School for an upgrade, both the size and the environmental safeguards, with the new tank will be an improvement. And so we have placed an order for one tank. I think that Stanford Middle School first, taking a long time to come to us, but it's on its way. And so we'll be looking to definitely increase the size of other smaller tanks as we.
Yeah, I thought you had told me that we were replacing that tank at Huddleston's. The reason why we're going to do Stanford River Middle first rather than Huddleston, which we probably will start with.
Yes. As we begin researching that and then studying all of our tanks, size of the tank is one thing. Their ability to meet environmental requirements is another factor. And so both play into the prioritization there. And so we felt it first priority need to go after that one Stanford River Middle for both those reasons. But we're certainly addressing both.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have. I also want to just wish everyone a Merry Christmas, since we won't see you again until the New Year, so Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Hope you get to spend some time with people you love.
Thank you, Dr. Mealy. I'd be remiss if I did not begin with a few congratulations, as always. So congratulations to Coach Kim Jones of the Stanford River Varsity Girls Basketball Team for her milestone 200 career wins as a coach. Happened Friday night. Liberty High School, the only thing that would have made that 200 win mark better was if that 200th win had come against JF. But we have to take our wins where we can, and the season is young, so maybe that one will be coming in the future. Attended the Bedford Christmas Parade on Saturday and saw a number of our students in there. JROTC at Susie Gibson, bands from all three high schools, Cavalier Theater spreading a little Christmas cheer along the route. The Liberty Middle and the Liberty High School FFAs, and the Forest football team. I don't think was the Forest Middle School team, but it's a group of Forest kids. So great to see all of our students out participating in that, showcasing their talents for the whole community to see. Finally, also congratulations to JF's one-act play. I got to see the performance of that, of the Comedy of Errors, one of those Shakespeare plays. A little racy there. But wish them all the best on Saturday when they're competing. They're trying to get that three-peat state tournament win, so best of luck to them. Dr. Hicks, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve alongside you over the years. Your wisdom. We have a little saying in our house that Dr. Hicks doesn't speak often, but when he does, it's worth listening to. And that has never been more true than this year. And I thank you for as everyone said, your calm, quiet leadership and your wisdom. And I know you've had a long career in education. I hope you can get some rest and spend some enjoyable quality time with your family.
Thank you.
And thanks to the community for giving me the privilege and opportunity of serving you for just over 9 years. There is something unique and special about serving the community that you grew up in, and that no matter what you may have heard, that you live in. I attended Menita Elementary, Stanton River Middle, and Stanton River High, and so to have the opportunity to go in those schools and see the work that they do there day in and day out, see the amazing teachers that we have, the amazing students that we have, I could not be prouder to serve those. It is one of the highlights of my professional life. I've been blessed with some great jobs, but to be able to cheer on the local kids has been great. One of my fondest memories will always be standing on the sidelines when Stanton River played for their first ever state championship in football. 50 plus years, never been to a game until that one. I don't want to tell you who they played because that was, my coworkers never let them down, but it was a fantastic experience. All the performances and everything that I've ever got to attend has been wonderful. I've never missed a meeting or skipped a meeting. There have been a few I haven't been able to attend in person, so I called in. Never missed a hard vote. Shortly after I joined the board, I talked to a friend of mine who was the executive director of the Republican Party of Virginia. And I told him, I don't understand, because when I was running, these issues seemed so clear, so black and white, and now they're so gray. And he gave me some advice. Jason, everything looks different on the other side of the horseshoe. When you're in the gallery or you're watching from home, you see one side of the story. When you're here and you get all the information, you see something totally different. And the decisions become harder and more complex and nuanced than you would ever imagine. And it would be easy some nights when there's a difficult vote that you don't want to cast to just call in sick or be out of town. But I never did, because reps need to be here. And I'm proud of that. Do I have a few regrets? Absolutely. There's always, in 9 years, a few votes you might want to take back here and there. But I live by something Kevin Willis told me when I first started. He said, Jason, at the end of the day, you're the one who has to look at the man in the mirror. And the question is, are you going to like the reflection looking back at you? I'm pleased to say, most days, yeah, I can say that. Reminds me of something Teddy Roosevelt, TR, said. I don't want to go all Nixonian on you, but a little TR quote for you. He said, I'd rather go out of politics having the feeling that I had done what was right than stay in with the approval of all men, knowing in my heart that I acted as I ought not to. Leadership is about being willing to make unpopular decisions to protect the people and the institutions that you serve. I knew that actions that we had to take this summer were not going to be popular universally, and it would be easy to take the easy route out. But that's not what leadership is about. Leading the board during turbulent times like this requires that. Ms. Kirby, as you move into the chair role next year, I hope when those hard votes come up that you can dig deep and find that inner voice and inner courage. Thanks to my parents. I ran into Governor McDonald, former Governor McDonald, in Lynchburg back in Maine, and he pointed out, and he of all people should know this, the public service is often harder on the ones you love than it is on people. And you heard a little taste of that tonight. So I want to thank my mom and dad for their patience in allowing suffering, for all the nights that I spent in the other room on the telephone instead of spending time with you. Looks like you're going to get to spend a lot more time with me now, for better or for worse. And I know it hasn't been an easy 9 years. In the last year especially, you've had to hear a lot of things. Jason doesn't live in Bedford County. Jason's a liberal. I even heard that tonight. Calling me a liberal. My actual liberal friends find this hilarious, by the way, that I'm a communist. My favorite was that I'm a George Soros plant. I would like to confirm on the record that I have never met nor received any checks from George Soros. But many thanks to Mom and Dad for dealing with all of that with grace and humor, and the jokes that we make about some of the crazy stuff that people say about me sometimes. Now, on election day, someone asked me, so how long have you lived in Bedford County? Well, it's a long story. So when my parents brought me home from Lynchburg General Hospital, it was to our house on White House Road. That's basically where I've lived ever since. But my family goes way back. So my ancestors first came to Bedford County in the 1770s during the American Revolution. And we've lived in the Stanton River area before Smith Mountain Lake ever since. This is a picture, and those of you in the back and watching from home probably can't see it, but this is Ayr School. Ayr School is located a mile from our house. Bedford County built it in 1913 for a grand total of $650, a little bit different from the prices we heard tonight for the new auditoriums. This is where my great-grandparents all attended, and my grandmother and her siblings. My grandmother, Emma Mayhew, loved learning. Unfortunately, Ayr School only had 7 grades, as did most of our field schools at that time. So what did Emma do when she finished 7th grade? She repeated it twice more because she wanted to continue learning. The nearest high school was 5 miles away in Manita, but Bedford County didn't offer public transportation at that time, and farm families couldn't provide transportation, so Emma did what she had to do. It was only 40 years earlier that public education even became a thing as we know it today in Bedford County. In 1870, even though Mr. Jefferson had proposed it about a century earlier, it wasn't until 1870 with the Reconstruction ending Underwood Constitution that the public school system as we know it today was created. That Constitution, I'm proud to say, was passed with the support of 2 Republican delegates from Bedford County, Gaston Curtis and Reverend David Staley. They made it possible to have public education. Shortly after that, my great-grandfather, John Quincy Mayhew, who was named after the president who made a name for himself opposing the excesses of Andrew Jackson, was one of the first students in that school. And he got this little book from his teacher, Sophia Thurman, for spelling from Bedford School number 6, March 29, 1887. One of about 170 schools that existed across our county during that time. In 1902, the Underwood Constitution was thrown out by John Good of Bedford, who was recently honored with a banner in Centertown, Bedford, who presided over an illegal constitutional convention that proclaimed Virginia's Jim Crow Constitution without a public referendum. Public education survived the new Constitution, but the hard-earned civil rights that the Underwood Constitution established did not. And believe it or not, it would not be until the 70s before that Constitution was finally scrapped and the new one was created. It was under this Constitution that Bedford County would essentially operate 2 separate and very unequal school systems until 1966, when the Johnson administration finally put its foot down on massive resistance. The superintendent was summoned to Roanoke along with other regional superintendents to learn more about the federal government's expectations regarding integration. The Board of Supervisors, apparently in a Mensa moment, balked at federal interference in a local decision and encouraged the board to forego federal funding. Various community groups urged the school board to resist, at least interestingly until Jefferson Forest could open in '67. They argued the school system was promoting communist, anti-Christian ideas. I share this story for 2 reasons. First, it shows how far we have come as a school division. And it also demonstrates Solomon's wisdom that there is truly nothing new under the sun. Today, we still have people seeing communists lurking behind every bush and believe every new policy is the vanguard of the revolution. We still have people distorting scripture and weaponizing religion to justify their own personal views. We need more Republican leaders like Gaston Curtis and David Staley. I chose to run, again, not because I was a parent, but because I saw a need and I wanted to step up. And we have many families and individuals like that in our county. I think of my friend Barry Tosh. His sons graduated from Stanton River. He has no one else there. But he stays on so the PTSA can continue to operate, to continue to support our teachers and our staff there. If we are to be effective as a school division, it can't just be parents. It has to be parents and community and students and teachers working together in cooperation. We used to have a saying that guided our school division: what's best for kids? We heard that a lot. That's something I think we need to get back to. Sometimes what's best for kids isn't always what's popular or what people are going to like, but it's what's best for them. So I think of some of the issues that we addressed on that, and that was bullying. And my friend and neighbor, Laura Ellis, and her mom Brenda, that worked so hard to get an anti-bullying policy. We've come a long way. And I remember my own experience as a bully, or being bullied. I remember a kid in middle school who spat in my face on the school bus. And then my dad and I had to take it to Ms. Hairston for adjudication. I remember how it feels to be bullied. And I never wanted another student to feel like that. We've come a long way. We've still got a long way to go. But now we have anonymous reporting apps. And we have worked hard to create more awareness of bullying. When I first started, we only had, I believe it was 5 schools fully accredited. We had overcrowding in our schools. Mobile classrooms, I think we had more mobile classrooms than we had brick and mortar buildings. And infrastructure and accessibility issues. We still have many challenges, but we have addressed those together. Some of the things that we do still need to continue focusing on: learning loss. In our changing world, statistics say that today students will change careers, not just jobs, but careers, multiple times, 2 to 3 at least. How are we preparing students to constantly reinvent and adapt themselves as things change? Staff morale. We've heard a lot about staff morale. What can we do for that? Driver shortages. We constantly hear about that. Infrastructure needs. We talked again tonight about the Kennedy era auditoriums that need something done to them. That's not the only thing. We finally got an elevator at Stanford Middle School so that students who have mobility issues don't have to go outside in the rain and the cold. And yet we still have people saying, we don't really need that. It's not going to help that many people. We have a lot of infrastructure needs that got postponed because of the Great Recession. It's time to get to work on fixing those. Addressing these challenges will require teamwork and critical creative thinking to solve problems. There will be no one-size-fits-all solutions, and basketball games won't move the needle on this. We have to dig deep and find real, honest solutions. So to everyone out there tonight, especially our school employees, to our teachers and our librarians who feel tired and burnt out, to our paras who constantly have new challenges facing them every day, to our bus drivers dealing with lots of different regulations and emotions, to our nurses who get harassed probably more than any other school employee right now, to our nutrition workers dealing with supply chain shortages, to our custodians who do God's work every day, keeping our schools clean and safe, our office staff, and our administration, both here and in our schools. I want to remind you one of my favorite verses. Let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not. So keep on keeping on the days that look bleak and dark. When you get cursed at on the phone, when kids are a little crazy because it's almost winter break, be not weary in well-doing. Keep doing God's work day in and day out, because people are counting on you. The next generation is on your shoulders. And my final comment, I would like to thank Santa Claus for the camo tie. That is the first article of camo I have. And I think it just proves a point. If we would log off social media, turn off cable news, pause those podcasts, and actually get out and talk to our neighbors, not about politics, but just life, we might find that we have more in common than we think. And as Mr. Reagan would say, you might find that your 8% friend is not your 20% enemy. So on that note, I'd like to wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And this is not a goodbye.
Mr. Dr. Hicks should do your last motion.
Sounds great. So on that note, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Dr. Hicks with the final motion to adjourn. Do we have a second? Second by Mr. Hill. Presuming there's no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?